how much of Nigeria's oil is stolen? Ability to understand or to attach value and measure the volume or the value of crude oil theft will clearly bring to fore the need to tackle the menace of insecurity. Let me restate here that on the average, to answer the questions, how much of Nigerian oil is stolen? We were shocked last week when the GMD of NNPC informed us that this country loses an average of approximately 500,000 barrels of crude oil per day. We do a very quick mathematics. At an average price of $94 per barrel, this implies that this country loses $47 million per day, 1.41 billion per month, and a whooping $17.2 billion per annum. If you convert this on the current exchange rate, suffice me to say that Nigeria loses an average of 12.7 trillion per annum to oil theft and pipeline vandalism. Now, I believe you can appreciate the enormity of the problem. Let's bring it home. Looking at the 2023 budget proposal, which the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic tabled before the joint section of the National Assembly recently, Nigeria has met an expenditure forecast of about 20.5 trillion to spend in 2023. Meanwhile, the total revenue forecast was put around 9.7 trillion. And this 9.7 trillion is expected to come from the sales of crude oil. But here we are. And that's why I said that the security of the upstream energy business must be sorted out for Nigeria to move forward. If we have budgeted to expend about 20.51 trillion in 1 year, and we're only going to make about 9.7 trillion, then there is a fiscal deficit of over 10.78 trillion. You go back to the last issues I raised, how much of Nigerian oil is stolen. We have established that on the average, about of course, clearly, we have established about $18.2 billion is lost on the average of $500,000, 500,000 barrels per day. Clearly, it is evident that if we could block the hemorrhage, plug the holes, Nigeria will be able to save $18.2 billion, which is sufficient to fund the fiscal deficit, 100%. Therefore, solving the energy sustainability problem, especially in the upstream space, will pull Nigeria out of poverty. It is clear here that by stopping the hemorrhage of 18.2 billion, this will fund the fiscal deficit 100%, meaning that Nigeria will not need to borrow a dime. Clearly, the issue of upstream security and sustainability must be addressed for Nigeria to move forward. In conclusion, I would say that the energy sabotage is the single biggest threat to Nigeria's energy security. As I have already established, Nigeria loses approximately $18.2 billion per annum, which is equivalent of 13 trillion naira. This value of debt is strong enough to fund 100% of our fiscal deficit and hence stop Nigeria from borrowing billions of USD. Nigeria must therefore do all within its power to win the war against energy theft and pipeline vandalism in order to achieve energy security. By plugging the hole, Nigeria can stop both external and internal borrowing. I strongly believe that we have the assemblage of both human and material resources to ensure energy security and hence become the giant of Africa. If we must achieve energy security, I recommend that we must adopt both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. On a final note, I'll make the following recommendations. Nigeria must resolve the security threat, which is hemorrhaging our economy. We must improve productions. Production currently at less than 130,000 barrels, below the capacity of estimated at 2.2 million barrels per day, an OPEC quota of 1.8 million. Production must be improved to at least 2.3 million barrels. And for this to happen, we must ensure that the upstream business is safe for our experts to work. We must also invest in cross-border gas pipelines. The war in Russia has also led to crisis all over Europe. And therefore, the need to ensure that we would latch on this opportunity cannot be overemphasized. On the basis of this, I said that Nigeria must do all within its capacity to stop oil theft. $18.2 billion lost to oil theft. This hemorrhage must be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kingsley. That was very detailed. We are quite excited with those information you just rolled out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was very detailed. As a banker, investment banker and a geologist, you've dealt quite a lot with the topic. Thank you. We'll have time for panel interactive sessions where we can also ask ourselves questions. And during that time, we can now create opportunity to address if there are any questions or also address some critical issues and questions. I will quickly go to the next presenter. I will call on Olorunfemi Adebayo. Olorunfemi Adebayo has over 20 years experience on HSC professionals in oil and gas and communication. Please, Olorunfemi, please take the floor.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to be here and consider it a great honor. Initially, I didn't know that I'll be able to participate because I was thinking it's going to be more of a physical distance, so I didn't register on time. So I'm sorry, I might not have a formal presentation showing slide. But however, I believe with the word of my experience, I can be able to put in what will be what your wow. I'll be looking at it from the aspect of collaboration in making this having a great future for our energy. You know, and I look at it from my experience that it's not going to be one person that will achieve it. Even all the things that the previous speaker said, it's a very beautiful one, but there has to be a collaboration. That's what I'm looking at it. Collaboration with the oil company, all the stakeholders in the oil company. Everybody had to sit down and look at this thing holistically and know where do we want to go to. I will begin with a very funny story that we're talking about. I had a friend sometime who came to Nigeria. He was a ex-US Marine. He's an expert in security, and he also had some ideas on how to manage. He came to Nigeria with my discussion with him. He came to Nigeria about 8 years ago to make presentation on how to handle this pipeline vandalization, put prevention measure in place. We want to make presentation. He went to the National Assembly to make the presentation. I was with him in Abuja too, but he came back to me and we have a meeting. He told me that he's going back to the US, that the National Assembly folks did not even allow him to make any presentation. They were asking him for maybe, before I even make any presentation, $37,000, so something, one ridiculous amount. And you see, it's this is a man that I'm talking about 8-10 years ago. You know what I'm talking about. This man had some strategy that he has projected that these are things that will escalate to these serious thefts. But nobody gave him here because of this corruption thing. Still goes back to the corruption thing. He had beautiful plan. Is an SUS man. So that's like a very sad story. And I'm sure there are other people like that who have such great ideas to bring to table, you know. And I also have the privilege of working for a multinational company that even our own future oil and gas plan is planned from the sister country. They are looking ahead. Not even our own company here in Nigeria. Here. Take, for example, this the part in environmental. They look at it that the majority of ahead of a company, let me not say that look at it that majority of the greenhouse gas contribution all over the world come from Nigeria. And they have to take a decision from their own home country that is affecting their own record international-wise, that the majority of the greenhouse gas being produced is coming from the country Nigeria. The country had to take a decision on how to manage that. So where is our comment coming in? That's my concern. Is we can go all the theory and all these things. The stakeholder engagement is the oil company themselves. That's our first stakeholder. The government, which is the regulatory people. Then the people that are working, the employees of those companies, and the community where we work. For us to be able to have this future, all these people have to come together and have a very strong collaboration. The oil companies, you'll be surprised that even the international oil company, the IOC, we would think that they are the one, they have all it takes to put things in place. And I know many of you remember Macondo incidents. The British Petroleum used to be known to be very strong in terms of safety. But the Macondo incident proved everybody wrong. So don't assume that the big oil company will do it for us, that they have all it takes. But they are the first point of call that we need to look at. And we cannot look at them alone, except the government put the eye on the governments, the regulatory body. I'm talking about the NUCR, I don't know, the former DPR. That's for the upstream, Nigeria upstream regulatory body. Looking at them, putting an eye on them. There are standard thresholds. There are laws in this country. There are regulations, and with due respect to them, from my experience, there have been a lot of improvement from when we started this work. We now see people that are very, very competent. You know, putting people that are competent in the position, not just anyone. I mean, look at Nigerian system. People are just employed based on the fact that you belong to a particular region and all these things. You know, I've seen some of them come, in my experience, come and they talk in time past. I wonder, how did this person get to this place? Asking of things that are not really relevant. But lately, I'm beginning to see a lot of improvement, which is very good also. that I've been able to see some guys who really knows what they are doing now. And it gives me confidence that we have a great future in that,
Thank
but
you.
we still have a lot to do. I'll go to the employee that are doing the work.
Yeah,
Their
just
commitment.
sorry, a few minutes, because we still have time for interactive session.
Okay.
Just we begin to round up.
I'll begin to round up now.
Yeah.
The employee that are doing the job, very important in considering their safety, giving them their competency. Then the communities where we work, that's a lot of, where I learned a lot of emphasis there. And the onus is on the government and the company to get to because all these oil theft that we are seeing, they are not coming from outside. There are people that are in that community. The oil company need to sit together and really get a stakeholder engagement, do a real community engagement, and know where these people are. Let them be. We choose community policing. Get the people involved to know who are the people involved in these thefts. Those people that are involved in this sabotage that lead to serious environmental issues that we have. So the community engagement is very key, which we should look into. You know, in collaboration with this, both for security, for safety, the community need to buy into the program. There need to be a sensitization. There need to be a orientation for them to know that apart from selling your future, you are exposing yourself. Because if this thing backfire, if there's fire, you can tell them about the Iehse incident, how a whole community gone. So let people know the implication of what they are doing. Let them know the implication on their own community, on the country at large, and let's also see the way to get them engaged. Let them be part of the thing, like what we do, what they're doing in the bigger picture to Tompolo now, you know. And they are the people that are from what I learned, they're the people that are actually exposing this. Let them know, let them be part of it, let them be inclusive in the plan that we have. I think I will, because of time, I will just
thank you.
Drop the continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Femi. Even when you didn't prepare any presentation, you talked from experience. I think the points are captured. I will recap this at the end of the section. I will quickly, thank you so much. I'll quickly go to Mr. Ruben Iwomi. Ruben Iwomi is a security manager and seasoned professional and management consultant with over 20 years in oil and gas, particularly with Shell. I believe you have so much facts, especially in the upstream space. So Iwomi, the floor is over to you. Please just use 5 minutes so that we can have extra time for discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I want to greet everybody, by the conference moderator and my panel chairman, Mr. Greg. Mr. Sonny Oje. I believe I've called your name very well.
Yes, yes.
I know you're my kinsman. So let me call your name very well. That's Sonny Oje.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and the organizers have done a very beautiful job putting this together. Let me just go straight to the point because we don't have time. And like Mr. Oja said, having an insight from somebody who has been in the system will also give us a perspective of what is going on. So let me quickly go into the challenges we're having in the upstream. A lot have been mentioned about crude thefts and pipeline vandalism. So let me not, I won't go into that detail because we don't have time. Maybe in 30 session we can take that on a more seriously. What I was saying for now is that all these things we are seeing are actually symptoms of the bigger problem. They are not the root cause. These are all symptoms: crude theft, pipeline vandalization, militancy, organized crime, and all about it. Those are symptoms. The major problems we are having in the upstream sector as regards having a sustainable energy goes beyond that. We also have issues like aging infrastructure. How many of us know that the Trans-Niger pipeline and Trans-Bukadi was constructed in 1965? That is 57 years old, for God's sake. And from the various studies we've done, both groundwork and everything, because people like us have had boots on the ground to actually see what's going on. It is very easy for some of these bandits to hack into those lines. Those pipelines are old. They are old, I tell you. Then we're also going to the issue of a lack of investment in the sector. In fact, what we're having right now is disinvestment and divestment. I hope we all know about that. No new wells being drilled by the operators. Then we also have the bigger one, the host community issue and the perception of what the host community sees in the greater Niger Delta oil and gas business. In the various communities that the oil and gas companies operate, what we have is massive poverty, acute poverty, and a growing youth population that is going to have a very serious effect on us if we don't plan very well. Let me just go talk about the perception aspect so you understand how it is. How come we have so much success being recorded by government and promoter, or as called Comtolo? It is because the communities are given intelligence and relevant information on where those connections have been dug all over the Niger Delta. Let me tell you what goes on when we're talking about Niger and the pipeline population. These activities were not done by Chinese. They were not done by Koreans. Those activities were done by Nigerians. Our own pipeline fitters were that using the community boys to operate only at night. Pay them peanuts. So they actually know where all those tappings have been done all over. It's not that Tompolo is the wizard, no. They are given information because they now look at Tompolo like being part of us. I don't know whether many of us know about this attitude of during those days. We use that terminology when we're in Unibem, when we're doing public administration. The we, they syndrome, we and they. Government work those days was regarded as all Igbo, for those people that not the Igbo people, the white man's job. So the communities don't see any stake in the survival, sustainability of oil and gas installations in Nigeria because they don't have anything they're benefiting from their own perspective. They don't. They are willing to give information to the producing companies because they feel that they are not part of what is going on. Of course, if you go across Niger Delta, you see a lot of poverty everywhere. Typical Niger Delta villages are impoverished. I give an instance to my own host community in the OML 5838, where the company is operating, for instance. In their own head office right here in Lagos, you cannot even think of a cleaner working there. For instance, their own head office here. So those are some of the challenges that the communities don't feel part of what is going on. Then the PIA has even worsened the situation because virtually the oil producing communities have rejected that 3% of the operating budget of the oil company. They have virtually rejected it. Even the pandemic, the overall body has also voiced their concern that they don't accept it. Probably they are just waiting for this government to just round up, then they will make a case to represent it. So we are dealing with that perception problem. Now let's go into solution mode. We'll come back again, like Mr. Audi has said. During the 30 session, we'll come back again and look at all these issues in detail. Going to solution mode, because we are talking about how we can have sustainable risk. Looking at point of view from the upstream sector. What we are saying is that let's have a sustainable community-based sovereign system that can actually monitor and protect this pipeline. You see, what the NMPC did was an ad hoc contract given to Tompolo for about 48 billion euros. So people have asked that question. Professionals like us have asked that question. How did they even come about that needs assessment? Will it go around? Is it viable? So what was suggesting was that let's have a community-based surveillance system that will be taken away from the oil companies because the communities don't trust them. They don't want to work with them. Well, you can imagine all the surveillance contracts that Shell had those days, even all other producing companies. They've not really achieved anything because of one problem or the other. If, for instance, the youths who are working in those surveillance contracts don't earn a sustainable income that they can be proud of and they can go take home pay, all these problems will come back. There will still be that element of not willing to cooperate. So if, for instance, we can have a surveillance management system that can be hosted in a body like a content development body who have capacity and associated with network to manage all these contracts. Maybe they will do it OML by OML. That can be a way out of managing that problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just 2 minutes before I go. I go out for 2 minutes.
Okay, just one. Can I say 1 minute or two?
Okay.
Our time is
then another thing that the government can do, talking about the environment, because I like this picture I have. I really want to talk about how the environment has degraded in Niger Delta because of activities like this. We have the scheme, the modular refinery scheme that was an initiative of the Vice President. That project was supposed to have at least 10 modular refineries in each of the Niger Delta states. You can imagine 1,000 barrels per day times 10 times 6. That is about 60,000 barrels. That is enough to bring a hot to this pipeline fertilization and put them as regards that what we commonly call fire, just like what my brother said, as we call it in Puerto. That will bring a sustainable energy. Talking about refining of kerosene and diesel, they might not have the capacity to produce fuel because of the fractionation units they will not be able to achieve because of the models. Also, there was this common initiative of bringing to life 71 flare sites where you could have flare gas to LPG and CNG that up to today has not seen the light of the day. That will also reduce environmental degradation in terms of flaring the gas that was. So I will stop for now. While we're doing this presentation, we'll now bring out more issues.
Thank you for that detailed presentation. I think that shows that you've been working in that region for several years. I think the issues are very, very, the points you stated are very germane, and we hope that at the end of this conference, we'll have some workable solutions on the way out. Let me quickly, because of time, call on Ojua Lakbo, Ishmael. Ojua Lakbo. Please, apology for my pronunciation. You have the floor now.
Okay, good morning all. And the name is Ojua Lakbo Ismail.
Okay, apology.
No.
Please, if you can, if you can just do justice to that quickly.
Well, I will do that.
Kind of summary. Thank you.
Yes. The main aim of any nation in terms of energy security is to reduce its dependency on the imported energy sources for its economic growth. The energy choices that is adopted by any nation are actually influenced by the availability, the sustainability, the scientific and technological advancement, also the cultural attitude, political, economical, and environmental factors. This in turn affects energy security and the independence. The Nigerian energy security issue cuts across supply disruption alone. There's also the issue of availability, the affordability of the electricity, crude oil prices volatility, energy sustainability issues. Energy efficiency can bolster regional or national energy security. By reducing overall energy demand, efficiency can actually reduce the reliance on imports of oil, gas, and coal, as the case may be. Energy efficiency can therefore play a very crucial role in ensuring both long and short-term energy security in a very cost-effective manner. Now, we go to the roles of the upstream oil and gas sector. The oil and gas industry is playing an important role in energy transition by providing the affordable and reliable energy needed to fuel fair growth and improve living conditions for all. Producing this energy with decreasing emission to support a net zero world. What are the roles? These are some of the roles of the upstream oil and gas sector. Number one, by meeting the increasing global demand for fossil fuel and clean energy. Two, environmental impact assessment of all upstream oil and gas activities. Three, development of renewable energy mix to drive sustainable development. Four, research and development for innovative energy technology. Five, the continuous improvement on environmental protection practices. Six, maintaining global best practices on environmental stewardship, accounting, and auditing. Seven, promote and prioritize energy efficiencies. All these things, all these steps, I have one way or the other witnessed it being done or being carried out while working offshore on the Bonga FPSO. For example, every month or so, there is always an activities that will bring someone in to take the water samples around our operating area for testing to see that we are not dumping unnecessary waste into the environment. In conclusion, I would like to leave the words of Mr. Gbenga Komolafe, the CEO of Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. He said, the need to decarbonize our oil and gas production facilities not only requires commitment, but entails that we have the right discourse on policy direction to guarantee energy security throughout the journey to our net zero target, which I believe this conference is actually trying to achieve. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very brief and straight to the point. Thank you, Ishmael. I wouldn't want to pronounce that word again, you know. Ishmael,
no problem.
Ishmael. Thank you. Thank you, Ishmael. That was a very good one. Because of time, we'll quickly, I just want to take one minute statement. Nigeria is 62. And issues of energy security, issues of energy transition has been on the front corner. With your role in your current position and the experience over the years, what would you advise? What do you want to see in the next 30 years or in the next even one decade? Just one. I'll go straight to Mr. Anaunde Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley, just what do you take? Your advice to Nigerians with the incessant issues we are having in the upstream and given your level of experience, just in 1 minute, what do you think?
Thank you very much, moderator, for having me once again. Like I did say, we must resolve the issue of security. On the energy transition, I advocate a gradual transition from fossil fuel to renewables. We must, it's time to make the investment in the gas value chain, because the demand for gas energy is actually perfectly inelastic. The European markets are waiting for that investment. Someone said that it's over 40 years when the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline that run from Nigeria to Algeria was constructed. It's a shame. And here we are, the opportunities are begging. This would have been the best opportunity for us to launch into the gas value chain. On the war against thefts and oil vandalism, is a war that we must win to be sustainable and ensure energy security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Quickly, I go over to Mr. Femi Olufemi Adebayo.
Looking at all, particularly the government working with us, enough of sitting down to talk, but to have real, I'm hoping that from my own experience as a safety person, where if you need to look at issues and analyze it in this particular perspective, bring together.
Mr. Adebayo, we can hardly hear you. Perhaps you can speak up, please, or there's something seems to be blocking your microphone. Thank you.
Right. Can you hear me now?
It's much better.
Okay. So I'm looking at in the next year that Nigeria will sit together, just like we do in our risk assessment process, put together subject matter experts, not just safety. I mean, people that understand investments, strategy, people that understand this energy transition, mandates these oil companies all over the world now. The companies are now getting involved, like Total are doing it in other places. Government mandating them to start looking at alternative energy. Part of them, making them to put money together, be part of these stakeholders meeting and work the talk. Let there be a regulation that will back it up to show that the government are actually serious. That anybody who's not doing, who is not looking at this side of trying to, of changing, from moving from the fossil fuel dependence to another source of energy will be sanctioned. So that's what I expect that from the government.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ruben Iwomi, over to you. Just 1 minute. What's your advice to Nigerians?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Advice to Nigerians and the government. We must review how we manage the host-community relationship with the producing companies. The expectation gap is still very, very huge. If we put all that we have said today, all the experts and all the security measures, everything together, without managing this expectation, we are not going to get anywhere. Because the fossil fuel gas everything comes from the community. It comes from the ancestral land. So I don't get to a situation where, like what will happen in some places in the US, where before you even go for drilling operations, operations, you have to carry the communities along. Like what I said, a better emphasis should be made to have a very holistic, sustainable working framework where these surveillance contracts can be managed outside the producing companies, because the communities don't have one single trust in them. We must take this to a bigger conversation and aim to achieving a holistic approach so that we get the buy-in of the stakeholders, which are the host community, where this
Thank you. Thank you so much. We got that point. Ishmael, Mr. Ishmael, just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe if everybody in Iehse on our own capacity is creating little positive changes, it will amount to a very big difference positively for the whole country. If at your own corner you are doing you are giving out little positive difference, at each and everybody's corner giving little, no matter how small, positive difference, by the time we sum everything up, it will lead to a very major big difference that can actually push the company forward, the country forward. Thank you.
God bless. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because of time, we couldn't go into more interactive section, but we'll try to manage our time. I will quickly summarize. I was able to capture some of the points. The first speaker, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley Anaunde, he was particularly concerned about how much of the crude that has been stolen. He tried to look at the numbers. He tried to look at the numbers, over 5,000 barrels per day of crude stolen, you know. And if you look at, he also looked at the over 18.2 barrels, billions of dollars has been stolen. Out of the 500,000 barrels per day that is being produced, 18.2 billion barrels per day is stolen. And that can be saved if we have a very good method of tracking and ensuring that that process is stopped. The upstream security must be addressed if we are to move forward. He made mention of the upstream security. If we are to move forward as a nation, the upstream security must be addressed. Energy sabotage must be stopped. He talked about kinetic and non-kinetic approaches, and Nigeria must address security issues if we are to move forward. He also talked about cross-border pipelines. We must also invest. We must also invest, leveraging on the opportunity and looking at the demand, the global demand for gas, the global demand for oil. There is no major investment over the period, so we need to invest. Femi talked about collaboration among all stakeholders. He talked about corruption issues. He cited an example of an expert that came a few years ago. He also talked about the need for community engagement. Community engagement is key. Sensitization. He talked about sensitization at the community level. You know, he also, Mr. Iwomi Ruben, talked about that these are symbols of bigger pictures to come. They are symptoms. And he also talked about the issue of aging infrastructure, where quite a lot of pipelines are aged and there is needs, and there's not been any major investment in the sector. You know, he talked about lack of investment in the upstream. He also particularly concerned about the host community issues and the need for us to integrate the communities in our decision-making, in their decision-making process. He talked about, he remarked the issue of massive poverty in the communities in the region, you know, and intelligence gathering. Community have all the intelligence. Tompolo is not, according to him, it's not a witchcraft. It's not, but he gathers intelligence from community members with him. So it's also good to leverage on the experience of the stakeholders, the landlords to those areas. You know, he talked about issue of mindset. I think that's a major challenge in the region. The mindset that the oil belongs to us. So much is taken away from our environment and nothing is being added. There's a lot of environmental pollution. People are being blamed, communities are being blamed, but people at the top are also involved in the process. So there is need for people to come together to address issues of mindset, resource control issues, and all that. But for that to happen, the government and all stakeholders must sit together to look at that. PIA, I'm still wondering, he said PIA is going to worsen the issue. But I'm a little bit, I was thinking the coming of the PIA, even with the 3%, even though the committee started with 10%, It later went down to 5% and finally 3%. I think that is a start. We can start from there. I think the major challenge is implementation and the governance around that form, the host community form. We also need to look at that. Sustainable surveillance of our pipelines and also the issue of modular refineries. He talked about that. Ishmael recapped some of the points of yesterday. He's talking about availability, affordability, sustainability. These are some of the, when you want to talk about energy security, you cannot rule away accessibility, availability, sustainability. He talked about volatility of the oil prices. You know, that has also affected production. Energy efficiency. He talked about the role of upstream oil and gas sector. And finally, he talked that everybody must come together. The value you are bringing is useful. We must all sit together as a team and ensure we bring value and address the issue. So this ended with collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. The point I'm going to make is that these activities, some of the points mentioned here has been happening, but why has things not changed? Why has things not changed? The political will from government is very key to address some of these environmental issues. Yeah, the companies are trying, the multinationals are doing so well within their capacity, but they cannot do the whole business of restoring the, addressing issues of development in the region. You cannot rule away the issue of economic development and environmental sustainability. Two of them tied together. We cannot rule away ownership without talking about sustainability. Sustainability without ownership, it cannot result to any positive result. So we must talk about economic, we must talk about technical, we must talk about institutional sustainability. We also must talk about environmental sustainability. So if all these are put together, it will result to energy security for us because all of them tie together. So I want to pause at this moment and hand over to Dr. Taiwo, yes, for you to take over from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Sonny Oje, for handling the plenary session so perfectly. We also say thank you for each and every panelist on there, Mr. Femi Adebayo, Mr. Ruben Iwomi, Kingsley, Anawude, and of course, Mr. Ismail Ojuolakwe. We thank you so much. Because of time, we'll quickly run to the next plenary session. And that session will be discussing the topic, achieving energy security and sustainable environmental stewardship, the role of the power generation companies. The session will be chaired by Dr. Goodluck Eimakoko. Thank you, Doctor, for being here again today. Dr. Eimakoko is the head gas power unit, new unit sales, General Electric. I think we have someone. Can we mute our microphones, please? So I'll continue, and I'll just say that again. Our chairperson is Dr. Goodluck Eimakoko, who is the head gas power unit, sales, General Electric. You're welcome, Doctor. We'll have, as part of the panelists, Mr. Ayodele Ikumakwayi, who is the Chief Executive Officer, ASB Valiant Energy Company. You're welcome, sir. Mr. Julius Akon is the head HSC Egmi Power PLC. He would also be joining the panel. And the highlights of the discussion will include energy access, Nigeria energy mix, protecting critical energy infrastructure and assets, emerging realities, environmental sustainability, promoting energy efficiency, energy transition plan, and opportunities and barriers to energy security. On that note, I would hand over to Dr. Goodluck, the session chair, to take over. Sir, you have 50 minutes to round this up. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Dakpo, and good afternoon. It's still morning, yeah? Good morning, everybody, depending on where you are sitting all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Goodluck, as I've been introduced, and this afternoon I will be moderating, more or less, this section on energy security from power generation perspective. But first, I must give credit to Mr. Sonny and the team that did excellent work on the upstream side of things and the gas aspect and all of the things that needs to be done to find the solutions to ensuring that we have energy security. So, and I think generation follows immediately because 80% of all of the power, thermal power generated in the country comes from gas feedstock. So if the gas, if the gas issue is confused, then we have no power. It appears there's some echo somewhere. Okay, thank you. Please, if you're not talking, maybe you can just mute.
Can we please all take a microphone and mute it, please?
So to discuss this aspect of the generation, we have Mr. Ayodele Ikumapai and Mr. Julius. I do not have presentation here, but I'll just give context to set the tone. SDG Goal 7 talks about ensuring affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy for all. So meaning that energy is a human right. It's a human right thing. Every human being must have access to power, to electricity. The industrialization aspiration of Nigeria cannot be achieved without a reliable access to power. So power is very critical for the nation in all aspects of the nation's economy, whether health sector, education, you name it. Fixing the power sector is the most critical thing for this administration and every other government that is coming. And until this aspect is fixed, we have a problem in the country. Now, to lay context about the generation sector of the value chain, of the electricity value chain, the power sector reform, which started actually in 2004 with the Reform Act passed, it snowballed to the privatization of the generation and the distribution asset in September 2013. September 2013, the legacy generation assets of the federal government or belonging to federal government or the defunct NEPA was sold to private owners. At least 60% was sold to private owners, which is control share. And I think about 6 of these assets were sold. And the distribution assets were also sold, but we are not here to discuss distribution. The focus is on the generation. Now, at that time, it was not just only the thermal power plant, which is the gas-fired power plant that were sold. They also, the hydro power plants were also sold as well. And so private sector were allowed to participate in the generation business of power in Nigeria. 9 years down the line, we have not been able to achieve more than 5 gigawatts of power on the grid. Now, alongside that efforts of the federal government, under President Olusegun Obasanjo, 10 power plants, modern power plants were built. Experts believe that about $16 billion was expended in building 10 power plants. The combined capacity of these 10 power plants, installed capacity, would have been 4,500 megawatts. 4,500 megawatts. Now, aside that assets that the newer assets that the government built, there were also private efforts, like the oil and gas companies like Shell and Opai, and now Ajip, you know. Shell built 680 megawatts combined cycle in that farm. That's a farm 6. Now, which is Ajip, built 480 megawatts in Opai in Delta State, Kwale in Delta State. There were also some state efforts as well. Akwa Ibom State built about 181 megawatts, called Ibom Power. River State also built some of the power plants as well. All of these power plants were connected to the grid. Today, the total installed capacity on Nigeria grid stands at 13 gigawatts. 13 gigawatts. That is when you add Azura. Azura is the newest one, 450 megawatts in Benin. That gives you about 13 gigawatts. Now the question is, that's from the generation companies. Now the question is, do we have 13 gigawatts on the grid today? The answer is no. We are told that because of gas and other reasons, the actual available capacity is 7 gigawatts, 7 gigawatts. That is what is actually available. 7 less 13 give you 6. Why do we not have 6 megawatts on the grid? I think the panelists will discuss that. But even of that 7 gigawatt that is available to be dispatched to the grid, do we have 7? Have we ever achieved 7? The answer is no. What do we have? An average of 4,500. 4,500 from 13 gigawatts. That's less than 40% of what the installed capacity in the country should actually be. I'm talking about both hydro and thermal here. 80% of these 13 gigawatts is coming from, or should be coming from, thermal power plants, which is gas-fired power plants. So that, again, shows that there's a problem, a very big problem within the generation space. Now, having laid this context, I would like to invite my panelists to share their thoughts about what I will go around the room like 4 times. So I would like us to keep it for 3 minutes. What, in your thought, what do you think are the issues that has really mined this generation segment of the value chain with this almost more than 60% shortfall of what the generation capacity should be? Mr. Ayodele, maybe you want to share your thought here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will please plead to stand an existing protocol. It's a privilege to be part of this discourse. So when we look at the issue of power generation, what is the challenge and what are we supposed to do? I think one of the things we need to take very clearly as a country is to accept the fact that even though we are supposed to be a unit, our structure with which we are generating and evacuating electricity today, unfortunately, is not robust enough to be able to, our infrastructure are aged and the system is not robust enough to be able to take power. Before I delve really deep into what are the areas of concern, I think one of the things we must really appreciate is the fact that whenever we have to talk about the power situation in Nigeria, I have a sentence I make. I use the word that we are not existing. We're not existing in the scheme of things, because if you take our country, about 210 million people plus, and you take another country, which is Brazil, about 210 million people plus, same population range, and we're both said to be in developing countries. Today, as at end of 2021, Brazil has installed capacity of about 175,000. That is 175,000 megawatts of electric power station installed. So about 175 gigawatts. operationally, because about 67% of Brazil power installation is hydro. So today, operationally, Brazil distributes in among its populace about 89 to 95, depending on, this is just off peak. At peak period, they go as high as 120,000 megawatts. So, and then we talk about Nigeria. Doctor, we really appreciate you for that analysis of, we have installed about 15 gigawatts. Highest we've ever had on the grid, we're talking about 4,500 megawatts. And in various studies, part of the team I have worked in, if you take the entire 4,500 megawatts that the entire country generates today, if you put that into Lagos economy, it cannot power Lagos state economy. Cannot power Lagos state economy. So what does it mean? So it's a huge challenge. So why is the power generation really a concern? Number one, the first thing is that we have a very poor contracting model. A very poor contracting model. I had the privilege to work with the Brazil National Electricity Company. And electricity is traded like a commodity. In Nigeria, electricity is not traded like a commodity. It is on the basis of, even though we try to call it willing buyer, willing seller, it is too much government interference. And please look at the model. I am a generating company. Even the companies, you refer to one of the government agencies, which is the Niger Delta Power Holding Company. The installed capacity by that single entity, it's 5,123 megawatts. 5,123 megawatts. Let's leave Obasanjo era and how much was spent. Almost about 16 years of administration have gone over that era. As at today, the 28th of October, the entire 5,123 megawatts installed ever generated out of this entire combined plant is less than 25%. There are some of these plants that never evacuated, that never dispatched 1 megawatt in the 365 days operation in a year, because you have lopsided gas contract, you have lopsided offtake contract. And so this today, the Nigerian electricity market is not yet fixed for our market. It is still a government-driven process, which has a lot of policy somersault and does not bring value. So that is the second thing that I want to talk about. That I think I would just want to start talk at that point and allow my colleague to also make its input just at this moment. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mr. Ayodele. We will come back to you later. Now, over to you, Mr. Julius. What is your thought on this?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Well, I always like to talk about these issues from the perspective of my professional background, which is health and safety and sustainability. I feel that we have a lot of situations in which people have not actually understood the level, the degree of importance to which we need to attach to human life as it has to do with managing health and safety around power generation. And why is this important to the overall discussion? Why is this important to whether we need to have stable power, or how can this help us? How can it answer the questions that we ask in Nigeria with regards to how do we make the power stable? Number one, a people's ideology. If we hold people as the most important assets in the way we manage our power, first of all, what that will do is that it will allow us make policies that will support people. And then as we make policies that support people, if we see things that will affect these things and not end up as greedy gains in one person's pocket, we will subtract that. And then secondly, when you get into a power plant, there are different things that are supposed to happen. There are different times, on speaking technically, there are different times when we're supposed to be servicing these plants. so that we can sustain the lifespan of this plant. There are different times when we're supposed to be ensuring that, you know, for instance, I give you an instance, people have to work in a hot part of an equipment. You need to bring it back to the grid because you did not do your initial processes you're supposed to do before before shutting down that set. So you quickly hurry people into the hot part of an equipment to go and work. And what is building up in the system of these people are cancers. Cancer is growing up there. There are infertilities growing up there and all of that. And then there are issues of people not being properly remunerated. All of these things together with the risks that they are facing from there contribute to preventing them from, you know, being optimal in their delivery. And if they are not optimal in their delivery, they can even tell you that a set is shutting down, when in actual fact, there's nothing wrong with that set. So for me, first of all, a human being is the #1 constituency. And if he is properly cared for, remunerated, and policies are there to support his existence and his optimal performance, he will perform well. Machines are serviced by people. I mean, how come in other parts of the world these things work? It's because the human being is the #1 priority. And if he's taken care of, imagine a family man who has to pay school fee in September, who is doing night shifts, maybe concurrently 24 hours, is running 24 hours, and he has to be there when people are supposed to be sleeping. He will go to bed if he's depressed because he's overwhelmed by his personal problems. So these things, I mean, you can have this person as the strongest and most technical person in the team, but whatever he is limited by his emotions, is limited by the situations around him, is limited by his inabilities to adequately balance work and life. And it has become a norm in Nigeria. So for me, this is supposed to be #1 priority. Imagine yourself in the shoes of that man who cannot afford 3 square meals. And you know, there's a sense in which research has proven that the poorer people are, the more children they tend to have. And as a result of this, they now require, there's a pressure on them to be able to take care of these people. And as that pressure increases, their ability to be sane at work reduces. And as the ability to be sane at work reduces, I mean, what else can you think of? He will switch off the set when he should turn it on. He will turn it on when he should switch it off, because there's something called presenteeism. He's just there physically, you know, he's not there psychologically. We need the man psychologically, physically, and economically around, so to speak, because it is with that, his presence, that he will remember what he was taught, that when the temperature is increasing, you go and ensure that the water supply to the plant is okay. It's with that when the noise or vibration around the plant is increasing, he knows what to do in a timely manner to prevent the plant from shutting down. If the plant shuts down, your lights where you are sleeping at home will go off. And that will happen because that man is hungry. So we need to build a country. As leaders, we need to build a country that supports the life of people who do critical duties, and not just critical duties, any duty. The human being is a very important element in every discussion, and my constituency is human beings. If they are not cared for, whatever system you want to set up will fail. Ideas might be smaller than seeds, but it's the same ideas that have built the biggest places in the whole world. So the ideas of that man whom you have left alone on shift, I mean, his wellness, his survival, his survivability, his ability to take care of his personal economy is key to his safety. And if his safety is compromised, you will not have light, even in Aso Rock. So for me, an important component of this very important national discourse is that we take policies made around people at work very seriously. To conclude, the ILO said to us in April this year that 2.9 million people die at work across the world as a result of occupational health and safety related incidents at work. This is because world leaders in most parts of the developing economies do not make laws that take care of the people. And we say this because in the developed economy, this statistic is coming down. But in the developing world, we find out that there's more and more unsafe accidents at work, even as the remaining part of the world is getting better. Why? Because in the developing economy, there is a sense in which greed in policy making has prevented the poorer persons from becoming better. And unfortunately, the tougher jobs are left to these people. So, I mean, our prosperity is not guaranteed, except you operate as a private individual, you employ this individual, you pay him more than what is conventionally paid out there, so that as an individual, you can enjoy yourself from harnessing his but how many systems can we run like that? It's not sustainable. That's why that call is there. I'll wait to hear from other persons.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Julius. I mean, it's quite awesome the way you brought in the HSC perspective, understanding the fact that human beings should be central in policy making, the welfare of human beings, first when policymakers sit down to make policies. And if that is true, and if they consider human beings as first in accordance with the SDG goals, chances are that they will do the right thing, they will make the right policy that will make the energy sector work. And again, if people are hungry, they will make wrong decisions. That's your point. Now, let's go to the next stage. Yeah. Now, I'll give you a little context to enable you discuss for everybody to understand the enormity of the challenge. In terms of additional capacities to the grid from generation perspective, in the last 7 years, there were several projects that have been developed by big multinational companies with financial robustness to be able to build power plants. But the instruments from the government make such projects unbankable. And I'll give you some of these projects. Some of us are aware of Oma power plants. Oma power plant would have delivered about 450 megawatts simple cycle. And that power plant would have been long completed, and the PPA has been initiated, yet the project cannot achieve financial close. Another project is ExxonMobil project. ExxonMobil also went about developing the project. They spent over $15 million developing the project. They got the PPA initiated. Still, the project could not achieve financial close. That project will have delivered 540 megawatts combined cycle in Akwa Ibom. There is another project called King Line. King Line is a South Korean company. They developed a project to the extent that the PPA was signed under Fashola regime as power minister. That project will have delivered about 540 megawatts in Ondo State. That project did not achieve financial close due to the bankability instruments. We also have Proton. Proton in Saple, 140 megawatts gas-fired. PPA initiated, it still could not achieve financial close. NNPC has been struggling with 3,700 megawatts. Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Kaduna. The one of Abuja is 1,350 megawatts, 1.3 gigawatts combined cycle. If 1.3 gigawatts of power comes up in Abuja today, we know what that impact will be. 900 megawatts combined cycle in Kaduna. They were all supposed to be fed from the AKK pipeline gas pipeline that is being built. And Kano, which is 1.3 gigawatts. Today, those projects cannot achieve financial close. So my question for you is this. Do you think government is actually doing enough to encourage investors, to attract investors and more funding into the generation sector? Mr. Ayodele.
Doctor, thank you very much. This is probably the deep part of my constituency. One of the things that I canvass for in the forum that I've shared my idea, my views, including this one, is that I am not a supporter of almost all the projects that you mentioned are very well known to me. And I kick against them. I'm against them for a couple of reasons. The very first reason is this. So let's take, for instance, the 5,123 megawatts, 10 IPPs owned by Niger Delta Power OD. Only one of these plants, only one of them, and that is Olorunshogo, has a combined cycle capacity. So at simple cycle is 4 units of your great product, your company's great product. At simple cycle, 500 megawatts. Combined cycle, 750 megawatts. So invariably, it means that from this, if you take just the simple cycle capability of about 4,500 megawatts, simple cycle, if you just, now I'm an energy and sustainability person, just for environmental conditions, savings, if you just convert this existing plant, no new contract, just convert them from a simple cycle to combined cycle, you are going to have an additional at least 2,000 to 2,500 megawatts of additional power with no new. It just, so it brings in efficiency, it lowers your cost of electricity, and so on and so forth. And we can go on and on and on and on and talk about all of this. So we have installed under contract that, because if you looking at, yes, you want the government to back up. The only contract today that is viable, that is structured in a globally acceptable manner is Azura Power Plant. And I can tell you that Nigerian government will never, and I don't think any government on African continent, including Egypt and South Africa, will go into that kind of contract. It's a complete Western world contract, because either you perform or you don't perform, you are there, because there is obligation. So today, do we need additional capacity on the grid? If you bring all of this capacity you talk about, I am also a developer. I mean, this is not the platform to talk about what we do personally, so I'll take that out. So I've developed projects and I understand what you mean. PPA initial, PPA is a piece of paper. What is the structure? Now, one of the key things we must, so in getting additional capacity, the problem is not that we don't have capacity that can even improve our lifestyle. Let's not compare ourselves to Brazil. Let's say we're Nigeria as Nigeria. If you just convert those plants from simple cycle to combined cycle, it means that your electricity cost can go from around 7 cents as low as about 4 to 5 cents. And that means that it's a lower cost of energy for the Nigerian populace too. I'll tell you that the structure for which the structure for which we have a tariff today is also lopsided, because there are so much inefficiencies that is charged into our system. But let's not just leave that. So I don't think that we need at the grid level. So what is then my take? My take is, I am a strong promoter of distributed power generation. I know of a couple of communities today. So I will mention them since you are very practical. Many of us, we know a community like Redemption Camp on the Lagos Expressway. That community went off national grid since March 2010. It's got its own power generation assets, taking its own life. Either there is collapse on the grid or no collapse on the grid. They don't care. Why? They took their destiny into their hand. It is just a glorified structure of what we all do in our houses. Another community is what we have, a community called Canaan Land, also by church community. So today, under the federal administration that you referred to, when they came up with the powering education structure, which is, why should Nigerian universities be on a grid? Why should closed community structure that has their own autonomy be on a grid? Because somebody want to sit in Abuja and determine what happened in the University of Ibadan. Somebody want to sit in Abuja and determine what happened in the University of Maiduguri. Somebody want to sit, if my local government, if you look at some of the communities, even where the power generating plant, look at Ibom Power that you reference to, for instance, in Akwa Ibom State. The nearest community to these assets cannot even get electricity. Why? Because we have a government plot policy that try to centralize all structures and authorities and power to the Federal Capital Territory. It is a really mismatch to our own structure. So in a distributed power generation, Why the grid is there? You need to be able to give. And policy is not the problem, because what I'm talking about, people will tell you, oh, there is embedded power generation, there is a captive power generation. It is true. But when the discos came in, today an average disco, without no investment, go to maybe the weakest of the discos, Yola disco, without any new investment into their assets, they can do around about 500 megawatts. But you know what happened? They only take a percentage of whatever is generated to national grid. So if you take the two discos in Lagos, combined requirement of 26 megawatts, 26%. So if you have 4,000 megawatts on the grid, they only have access to around about 520 or thereabout megawatts. How can that power the people? So infrastructure-wise, we have huge deficit, and government is not accepting that. If a state has power capacity, if a local government has capacity, if a community has capacity, why should you tie them to a disco monopoly and say, no, it is a network that is owned by the disco? So these are the things that can liberalize the market. I know there is a bill at the National Assembly called the 2022 Electricity Bill. It is beyond bill. We already have enough policies, enough law to allow the market to drive itself. Let the policymaker allow this industry to have its own life. Telecom has its own life. Why can't the electricity sector have its own life? This is just my take at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Ayodele. I mean, you've done great justice to this topic. You talk about the efficiency. I'm 100% aligned with you. Most of the thermal power plant we have in the country are simple cycle. If you combine them to combined cycle, you will have a higher efficiency you talk about. Cost will come down. Cost of electricity will come down. Not only that, we actually have a cleaner atmosphere, right? A cleaner environment, because you now have a much higher efficiency with lower carbon emission, right? So I completely agree with you on the combined cycle conversion for all of the NIPP power plants. That will bring a lot of capacities to the grid. I know that will still not be enough because we are over 200 million people. We need, I mean, if you use the Brazil, you reference, Brazil, 210 million people, look at the capacity they are producing. So if you reference that with Nigeria, you see that nothing is enough for this country, right? So we need as much, both the new project they are developing and the existing assets must be converted. I thumb up for you on that. You also talk about the tariff model. I agree with you. That is actually captured, I think, very well on the electricity bill of 2021, which should be signed this year. And that will address most of the things you talk about in terms of mini grids. It will give a lot of frameworks to the mini grids, and it will bring in a lot of participants, more players. If you've gone through that bill that is waiting for, I think, concurrence from the lower house, and then the president will sign it, hopefully. That will address a lot of things on the embedded power, mini grid, and all of that. Wonderful, well captured. And of course, you talk about the aging infrastructures, which government must address, and policymakers. Thank you for that. Mr. Julius, let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about what is happening now because you see, we are, as we speak on this forum, we are not solving just a power sector problem. We are trying to solve a poverty problem in Nigeria. That's why I was excited about. I want to thank you, Mr. Ayodele. Your responses to that last question, they were spot on. The ideas that I had in my head with regards to how we can make this thing, how Nigeria can make this thing work as a country. I believe that by the time we unbundle this thing, the same way the telecoms sector has been set up and it has succeeded. I mean, look back at Nitel and how you would have to buy a card, walk down to a station somewhere to use your finger to roll it, and then they will tell you when next you have to come for another call and that kind of thing. And to where we are now, where even children in secondary school have phones and communication is easier, and the sector is surviving. We can have that. If we decide to, we can have it. So it is very important that in our national lifestyle and national thinking, we should think in the interest of Nigeria. Globally, people are now thinking of climate smart initiatives, even with regards to power. And here we are still struggling to even push a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. You know, we are still struggling to even get that right. And the rest of the world is walking far, far, far away from that. People are thinking of, I mean, beyond solar, beyond wind, beyond geothermal, beyond hydro and nuclear. People are beginning to think of ways by which we can generate power with far less use of natural resource and infrastructure and the rest. And it takes them to just spend more time with the problem to come up with more solutions. And that is the rest of the world moving far ahead of us. So we need to take these solutions and run. I mean, this conference is God's sense, and these ideas are coming out. Policy makers need to not jettison these things, but take them on. And this conference is also happening at the right time. We have elections coming up next year. I don't always like to talk about elections, but as professionals, we need to all listen closely to all the manifestos that will be presented and try and vote based on how we can decipher that people are going to take care of these nascent national challenges, because leadership stands at the core of these problems that we have. I believe that if we have the right leadership, we will be able to push these things to fruition. I mean, we can unbundle the power sector. If it could happen to NITEL, I don't see why it cannot totally happen to the power sector. And here we still have a lot of infrastructure that needs to be developed. I mean, I give kudos to some of the generation companies. They've tried, they've done well. Some of them in the hands of private investors have done quite a number of things to make it better than it was before. And we're not going to mention names, but at this point in time, there is need for unbundling, because that will help a lot to improve the sector and make it more efficient. At the end of the day, we need to take away poverty by improving industrialization. You cannot do industrialization with the candle light. We need power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Julius. I always like the way you come in to talk about, and that's quite true, you know. Again, if we have secure energy in this country, medium and small scale industries will thrive. If they thrive, poverty will be reduced. And I believe the economy will become buoyant. Thank you for that perspective. Now, let's shift away a little bit from gas power plants, right? Let's move to sustainable energy space, right? So now my question for you is this. Today, we have
Sorry for
practically
my interjection, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, sorry for my interjection. Just want to remind you, you've got 2 minutes left for that, please. Kindly quickly round up. Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes for, okay, fine. Okay, now let me just ask questions. That will probably be our takeaway summary, 1 minute for everybody, for Mr. Ayodele and Mr. Julius. Now, could you share your thoughts about what you think that, do you think rather that the generation companies are doing enough to position itself in the emerging renewable or sustainable energy space, especially renewables and other green technologies? And plus, what do you think? Just summarize your whole thoughts, and let's take that, and I will just spend the last 1 minute to summarize.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to talk about renewables and all of that, and that's just very key for us. Number one, for the generating companies, I think you need to understand the Nigerian model, and this is not just a Nigerian problem. I think only, okay, Egypt and Algeria are probably the one positioning. In Nigeria, the answer is no. And I tell you clearly that the answer is no, is that even the promoter of renewable energies don't believe in the renewable energy in Nigeria, the promoters. Because how do I say that they don't believe? Where your mouth is, your pocket should be there. Your pocket should be there. What is everybody waiting for? Everybody is waiting for Abuja to sign a PPA and then give me the guarantee. If everybody get the guarantee, then everybody, the solution is there. So what, and then also the monetary agency, the ECAs, export, I mean, various funding agencies also that are supporting Africa. I think that we are not doing enough. So I think we need to look at that. And when we look at some of the area we're also focusing, things like wind, if you have the data I mean, I've worked with several bodies on this. Nigeria does not have the wind speed to deliver wind energies in Nigeria. First, you can differ on that, whatever. So we are not doing enough. That is the summary. Thank you.
Mr. Julius.
Thank you very much. And while we don't have enough time to begin to dissect this area, I would have had an indices to use to measure how they are doing and as to say whether they are doing enough. Now, but even if they start to do enough, can our grid take the generated capacity? I think that's another, because the grid is not managed by private individuals. If the generation companies begin to do enough now, within our transmission framework, can we handle the amount of power that will be generated? I think we need to answer these two questions side by side. So in closing, I will close with that rhetorical question. While we expect DISCOs, GENCOs to do optimally, can the transmission network handle it if they all put in capacity as required? Because it's important. If we get generation right and we don't get transmission right, we are still not okay. Power won't get to the end users.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of this section. Just to give summary, it's very clear what the takeaway looks like in our discussion. Number one, less government interference in the power sector. The entire power sector should be unbundled, especially the transmission. We think that they should decentralize the transmission and remove it from the hands of government and invite private participants to participate in that. We also agree that the assets are aging. They require revamping and good maintenance. We also agree that the contracting model in terms of PPA, GSA, they are not the way it's supposed to be to support the industry. And we agree in this discussion that government should look at those contracts, right? If the PPAs and the offtake agreement and the gas supply agreement are functional as it's supposed to be, then we'll have power from generation standpoint. We also agree here that mini grids should be encouraged. We are happy about the new electricity bill that will be hopefully coming in force, and we think that is a policy in the right direction. So with this and many others, and also lastly, we agree that all of the simple cycle power plants in the country should be converted to combined cycle. The advantages are many. There won't be any gas molecules required, and yet the plant will produce almost like half of its capacity without additional gas, just using the exhaust from the simple cycle. It will drive down cost and many other advantages, cleaner atmosphere because of higher efficiency. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done justice to this topic, and thanks for the opportunity for us to share our thought and insight on this topic, and thanks to the organizers for this opportunity. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, the panelists. You have really and indeed done great justice to this topic. It was quite an engaging discussion, and I'm sure we've all gained something from this discussion. We thank you. We thank you, Mr. Ikumakwayi. We thank you, Mr. Julius Apong. I like that taste of health and safety or workplace safety that you brought in there. Thank you. And to Chairperson, Dr. Goodluck, we thank you so much. Before we move to the next plenary session, we would like to take an advert from one of our sponsors, one of the sponsors of this program. So if we could go to advert, please. Let's take an advert quickly. Please bear with us, the advert is loading. Seems we're having a bit of a challenge with that advert loading. Okay. Whilst we're waiting for that, perhaps we will take that advert later on. So we'll move to the next item on the list, and that is the next plenary session. We will go to the next plenary session. And we will, that's, okay. Just give me 1 second there. Okay. So the next plenary session is session 4, and the topic of this session is achieving energy security and sustainable environmental stewardship, the role of midstream, downstream oil and gas companies. And chairing this session will be Engineer Oluwafemi Ogunseitan. Engineer Ogunseitan is the head of projects, Pivot GIS. As panelists on this session, we would have Mrs. Rita Ada James. Mrs. James is the MD CEO, Massiport Group. You're welcome, Mrs. James. We would also be having Mr. Jide Pratt. Mr. Jide Pratt is the Chief Operating Officer, EONA Nigeria, Principal Consultant, and Country Manager, Cotevis Energy Limited. You're welcome, Mr. Jide Pratt.
Thank you very much, sir.
Also on the panel is Mr. Ngoka Kelechi, who is the Managing Director, Zaspec Energy Limited. You are very welcome, Mr. Kelechi. And last but not the least is Mr. Elendu Dagogo, HSQE Manager, Alcanis Dia Plus Limited. You're much welcome. And the highlights of the discussion for this session will be energy supply chain distribution risk, HSSEQ risk on critical energy infrastructure and assets, downstream energy security, environmental sustainability issues, midstream energy security, employing technology in safety performance, and improving operational efficiency through a robust threat and risk analysis plan. On that note, I will hand over to the chairperson, Engineer Oluwafemi Ogunseitan. Sir, I'll also hand over the mantle of the custodian of our time, and you would have 50 minutes for this session. Thank you very much. Please take over.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Please confirm you can hear me.
We hear you loud and clear, sir.
All right.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the convener of this program, the organizers, and every panelist members that have made presentation prior to this time. It has quite been educative enlighten, and then what we are sure that will progress our industry and the country, Nigeria as a large. I also want to welcome all my panelists. I would give introduction to this session, and then I would try to stay within time so that we can have a robust and effective discussion, and then every member panelist can effectively contribute to this session. All right, so to go to my own presentation, we have been asked to discuss achieving energy security and sustainable environmental stewardship. So let's go to the second slide, please. Okay, so the first thing I tend to do is I will want to define what is energy security. Starting from yesterday when this program started, there have been several discussions around what energy security is, how to achieve security. But yes, I will be giving a highlight because of the time we have within our own time. I'll just be giving a little highlight as regards what we mean by definition of energy security. So please, let's go to the second slide, please. Second slide. No, slide number 2, please. Slide number 2. Okay, so the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe defines energy security as a means of having a stable access to energy sources on a timely, sustainable, and affordable basis. I want us to take cognizance of those three variables that are identified in this definition. One is on timely, sustainable, and affordable. So before we can say we have achieved energy security, energy must be delivered on time, when needed. It must be delivered, there must be sustainability. The element of sustainability has to be there. And of course, it has also to be affordable. When you look at these three variables, as regards our nation, Nigeria, you see that we are not yet there. We are only striving hard to achieve energy security in Nigeria because I don't know whether there's any place in Nigeria today where we have 24 uninterrupted power supply over a specified time, like we even have in some countries, smaller countries closer to Nigeria, like Ghana, you understand? And then also our source of energy, how sustainable are they? We need to start to think about sustainability, and then also affordability of energy, access to energy for every Nigerian. So when we want to define what access to energy security is, we need to think about these three things. Next slide, please. So access to energy is not only critical in supporting the provision of basic needs, such as food, lighting, water, and essential health care, but it's first and foremost the precondition for economic growth. So what we are saying is that in Nigeria, we have all recognized that for us to achieve the economic growth for over 200 million people in Nigeria, access to power is very critical. Like most people have said that to salvage the Nigerian economic space, we need to empower the SMEs, the small-scale medium enterprises, by providing stable power to these people. And then when we provide stable power also, it will enhance us to have stability in politically, you understand? Political stability and prosperity. So access to steady power and energy security is what will enhance our political stability and our prosperity as a nation. So I'm trying to give a preamble before I now go into key elements in the midstream and the downstream sector on how to achieve energy security. The energy sector is evolving and to become more sustainable, adaptable to growing energy demand, and prepared for an increasingly interconnected and digital world. The world these days is becoming a global village, and we need power to be connected to the world. We need power to power airports. We need power to power our infrastructure that links us globally to the global world. So access to energy is not only critical, it is very, very important to link us to the global world. Next slide, please. So while the energy world of tomorrow will bring many opportunities, global energy security risks have increased sharply because of new security-related challenges. You understand? So energy security risks have increased sharply, increasing vulnerability of electricity networks to natural disasters. Of recent, we have seen where Nigerian LNG, liquefied natural gas, have just declared force majeure because of flooding. We have seen flooding in some states in Nigeria, which of course have affected power infrastructures and all other things happening, not only in Nigeria, but globally. And then there are other issues like cyber attacks, why a growing share of renewable energy has to be safely integrated without threatening the system's stability. So also there's a drive by the Western world to reduce our carbon emission. But will that, how well are we prepared for that not to threaten our countries like Nigeria, our own power stability? So there's increasing risk globally to even power infrastructure. So we need to begin to properly risk assess, do a proper risk assessment of our infrastructure, of our processes and policies, of our processes, of our operational standards in supply of power and maintaining and having a stable energy security. So these things are very, very, very important. Next slide, please. So in my presentation, I want to quickly have a 5-point strategy, which I want to propose today to helping us achieve energy security in the mid and downstream sector. Number one is we need to begin to improve our current infrastructure. For people in the mid and downstream sectors, energy security, having available power, we all agree, is very critical. So we have currently we have infrastructure and in this sector of economy, so which we need to focus on through a variety of specific actions, such as replacing inefficient systems and components with higher efficiency ones. So we need to begin to look at alternative means of powering our infrastructure. We see where today, some 2 years ago, I think a liter of diesel was 200 naira per liter. And today we can see it has gone to 800 naira per liter. So there's pricing volatility for in sources of power such as fuel. So we need to begin to look at, just before now, the panelists were talking about a combined sources of powering our systems, where we can use either steam power and fuel. Much more industries today, they are using gas as gas powered, linking up to organizations like Nigerian Gas Company to provide gas to power their gas generators as alternative means. Also, we see offices today where people are using solar energy as alternative means of powering their systems. So we need to look at the current infrastructures that we have, and then we need to try and improve the efficiency of these infrastructures. We need to start to look at energy-saving equipments as to what we are using before. Before, when we use some machines which are electric powered, for example, grinding machine. Today today the world is moving towards using compressed air to power some rotary machines, such as grinders. So to limit the dependence on energy sources such as diesel and petrol, so that we look at. So we need to improve our efficiency if we must survive the current and the future challenges that we're experiencing. The next point I would like to discuss about is deployment of effective operations and maintenance initiatives. A lot of organizations have their power facilities, and what they do is they try to focus on their own critical, on their own core activities, and also try to focus on powering some of these systems. But they, within their value chain, maintaining and operating power infrastructure is not part of their core competence. So operations and maintenance of power infrastructure is something that we need to begin to look at in Nigeria. Maintenance is a critical issue. So we need to start to look at where, bringing professionals to operate and maintain independently our power infrastructures. We need to bring in experts that understand what it takes to maintain some of these infrastructures, to maintain them. A lot of companies, for example, big organizations like LNG, you understand, if you look at their operational maintenance and operations, their power infrastructure are subcontracted to other experts who have the knowledge and the capabilities to maintain and deliver power, continuous power to them in an effective manner. So operations and maintenance of the existing infrastructure and even the future ones is something that we need to think about. Yes, we panelists have spoken in several sessions how much investment the Nigerian government has put into developing power infrastructures. But those things have been maintained? You see a lot of power plants that are down today is because the modeling of operating and maintaining those facilities is not carefully thought of and implemented. Next slide, please. So the next one to talk is that we need to expand renewables. The last panelist, they also spoke something about this. We need to expand on renewables, promoting the development of renewable and alternative energy for use. Examples of some of these renewables, like we know, solar, biomass, wind, geothermal sources. These projects will help us to diversify our energy, provide employment, availability of employment for our people, supplies, and position us for increased energy security. So we need to start to think about alternative and expand on our renewables. Other examples of renewable and alternative energy includes biofuel, hydrogen, and solar charging for use in machines. So we need to expand also renewables. Think of alternative solutions and bring in this into our projects. I've worked on projects where we developed some plants, gas plants for some oil and gas companies, and we had to decentralize power within those plants. Some of the critical components of those plants are powered through solar, such that it helps create alternative power and also provides an avenue for uninterrupted power supply. So, and also within the system, we use it also to create what we call redundancies, such that if a diesel generator or a gas generator goes down, it does not necessarily shut down the entire plant. So in our industry, we need to start to redesign our structures, our power sources, and look at other renewable sources of energy where we can use this to enhance energy security and continue to power to provide power to our machines and all things that we need to do. So the next one I want to talk about is cost optimization. Financing projects in Nigeria, it's really an issue. Of cost models, finance models, we need to put cost optimization into our consideration. When we want to set up our sources of power, there's also a need to significantly reduce or stabilize utility costs through favorable terms, service and rates, and seek alternative means to effectively fund energy projects. So funding energy projects is something that we need to critically look at. There are several funding methodologies. We can do a build, operate, and transfer methodology, such that we don't solely rely on government funding, like what we have seen most of the time, and has been the critical issue that we have in Nigeria. So we look at also foreign other investors, private investors. They can come in, fund some of these power projects so that we can effectively have a robust funding mechanism methodology for our projects. Sorry, the next slide. Okay, maybe I should continue to speak while the technical team put on the slide. So the next points I would like to discuss upon is increased research and development investments for innovative energy technology. While technology development and deployments are integral to achieving many future global energy objectives, investments in energy research has declined on a global scale in the last few decades. Energy research and development should be prioritized. It's time again within our organizations that we need to begin to prioritize research and development into alternative energy sources, into more robust and effective way of deploying energy projects, in more effective means of funding energy projects. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of research and development. In Nigeria, we see our educational sector is not tied to the sectors that actually the main sector players. Nigerian universities are not researching into existing problems that we have in our industries, and so these are things that we need to do. Energy industries and companies in the mid and midstream energy sector need to begin to fund research activities in universities to provide solutions to the problems that we have and seek better ways to further improve on what we are doing. So research and development should be a priority for Nigerian organizations to accelerating, strengthening, and enlarging the supply of well-trained scientists, engineers, technicians necessary for achieving energy security. So as our key strategy towards achieving energy security, we need to begin to fund the training of scientists, engineers, and technicians needed in our industry so that we have embedded technology within Nigeria, transfer of technology for the future, for the current needs and the future. So generally, what we need to do is to ensure that we fund research and development activities in Nigeria to further improve on what we currently have. Thank you. So as we progress, I would like to call on Mrs. Rita James to further give our own presentation within this session. Thank you. Mrs. Rita, can you come on board?
Thank you, Chairperson. While Mrs. Rita is coming on board,
yeah, I'm here.
Can we be mindful of time, please? I know our time is well spent. Thank you, Mrs. Rita. I'll hand over back to the Chairperson.
Yeah, okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, and I want to say thank you to our chair for such an enlightening breakdown of energy security and all. I really enjoyed it, thank you. So, okay, I'll quickly go to the case of energy security. Like he said, it is affordability and availability. Like one of my favorite quotes, I said, if it is not affordable, it's not available. But one of the reasons I went into the LPG space, because I started in the oil sector, was because of cleaner fuels. I've firsthand seen the merits of fossil fuels, continuous use of fossil fuels. What pollution does to environment. Because I have a foundation that we support, we are philanthropic, so we see people having different diseases, and they don't know, but when you do research further, you find out that these things are caused by air pollution. So that's one of the reasons we went into the LPG sector, to take LPG to the people that need it. We took it to the rural areas. Because one of the reasons why LPG is LPG is more expensive in those areas is because of a distance. So before someone transports LPG from, maybe you want to buy a bottle of 12.5 kg and you have to drive, or you go, you drive 1 hour or 40 minutes on the bike, and it can cost you like 1,000 naira. Whereas you can use that 1,000 naira and buy an additional or 2 kg of LPG if it was closer to you. So that was one of the reasons why we went into it. One thing I want to say again about energy security is affordability. It's not just affordability in terms of money, but can our health afford it? So you are buying kerosene, you're using kerosene as a fossil fuel that is causing more pollution, or you're using other fossil fuels, and can your health afford it? So it's not just it's not only the monetary terms. Can your health afford it? So that is the job of us as the downstream companies. We're not only to sell products to people, or to make it reachable to them, or to make it affordable to them, but we're also to enlighten them and to educate them, to sensitize them on the benefits of cleaner fuels, on the benefits of it too for their health. So if they cannot afford, if they say, oh, I rather go and cut firewood and cook, like they used to tell us when we started, you let them know, can your health afford you to cut firewood? Can your health afford it? It's not only money-wise, can your health afford it? So affordability in a broader scope is not only looking at the monetary value of it, is also the health part of it. So as a downstream company, we are closer to the end user. So it's our responsibility to enlighten them. That's why one of the things we do as a company is also to give out cylinders. The little we can, we give out cylinders, because that is the major problem for the end user to adapt, especially in the rural areas. So I hope if there's a proper program by the government to actually pass cylinders to end users, if it's in terms of paying instrumentally for rates, that is one of the ways that they can be able to cross into to use LPG. But we should also remember that when the person that was the uneducated person uses firewood to cook, cuts down trees, it doesn't only affect them. The government should understand that it affects every one of us. The flood that is happening now, it has affected NLNG. So at the end of the day, all these things, like Mr. Julius said, policy should be driven around the people. At the end of the day, all these things are going to people. So the education of it, the giving, if maybe a government, if they give out maybe 100,000 cylinders, or how many thousands of cylinders, if the cost of it will still be less than what this flood is going to cost in terms of the food scarcity, like they're talking about, that the flood is going to cause. Okay, so that's why if the uneducated person knows that this is the reason why I should use cleaner fuels, why I should use cleaner energy, that they will do better. If you know better, you will do better. So that's one of the goals, or that's one of the roles that the downstream energy plays. We are closer to the end users. The government can also involve us in this policy making. We are close to the end users. We are the ones that we are investing in reaching the unreachable, investing in reaching the masses. So we should be, it should be a collaborative thing with people, in our space, to be able to also work with the government on how we can, it can be beneficial more to the end users. But another aspect I want to go into is that, the world is going green, right? They are going to cleaner energy. It could have been better for Africa. I would have naturally thought, oh, so all those people producing gas, because right now we still import a lot of our LPG into the country. So it could have ordinarily been said that, oh, this is going to be profitable for us, because maybe if they are going to wind, they are going to use hydrogen to produce power, they are using wind energy, they are using solar power, then the cost of the LPG, they'll easily move it down to us, and it's going to be cheaper, right? So, but now the people are protesting that they don't want this oil anymore. They don't want this oil anymore. So it's not, at the end of the day, these countries that they are protesting, might decide to say, okay, you know what, this is too much for us, the companies can say we're not protesting again. Then what happens to us? Then what happens to Nigeria? Okay, so we have to quickly look at these things. If they are going green, if the world where we are getting some of our processed products from is going green, then we should also think of going green. So like like I said, one thing that is important for us as downstream sector is to also educate our end users. Why do you need LPG versus using firewood versus using this or that? Why? So affordability, we must remember, that's what I want to remind us, is not only monetary. It's not only monetary value. It's also health-wise. Can your health afford it? Chairperson, I'm seeing the message. Do I still have some time or I have to round up?
You have to round up now.
All right. Okay. So that's the responsibility of the downstream sector. So, and also the downstream sector, since we are closest to the end user, like I said, the government has to involve us. They have to get us involved in these policies. They have to get us involved. They have to make sure that we also have accessibility to products. Accessibility to products is not only for the end user, it's also for us. Because when we get it at an affordable price and we easily access it, then we can be able to pass it down to the end users. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ada. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. Cleaner fossil fuels should be prioritized. Energy, LPG taken to our rural areas, and key to it is affordability. Affordability is everybody having access to a clean energy. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so sir, we go next to Mr. Jide Pratt to come up with your own presentation. We want to plead on indulgence that you manage time, just 5 minutes, so that we can have some discussions after our session. Thank you very much. Mr. Pratt, Mr. Jide Pratt, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope I'm very audible.
Yes, you are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I must first and foremost thank the Iehse for putting this together. We've spent a lot of time talking about things like affordability, sustainability, and I often say this. I didn't do any presentations for this because I thought I was going to be more on the plenary session side. However, these are one of the things we need to look at. Every nation and every country has to manage those things we've talked about, affordability, sustainability, and availability within their own spheres of growth. And why do I like to start this way? We've seen some brilliant presentations where we talked about where Brazil was. We had some comments on should we be comparing ourselves with Brazil or Morocco? But I always want to go back home, which is where we are. Let me start by saying this. If you took a walk virtually anywhere across Nigeria and you dropped millet or corn on the floor on your way going out, 4 out of 5 chances it's going to germinate. Why? Because you see, we're a land that is abound with being fruitful. However, this is the catch. We sit on oil and we sit on gas. Considering when oil was discovered in Oloibiri, we still have more potentials with gas that we have not even scratched the surface on. And I said that to say this as a start. There's no silver bullet for energy sustainability. However, we must plot a route beginning with the end in mind. If we have 200 million people sicker in Nigeria, and we're saying that, I've had some brilliant presentations and statistics from Dr. Goodluck and the team he had earlier on. When we look at it that we're talking about a generated, installed, or whatever we talk about, we're still virtually per 10,000 megawatts of electricity. It does mean that for me, we can't jettison anything. If the comparative advantage of Nigeria today is fossil fuels, then we must find cleaner ways to refining. I'm happy a Dangote refinery is coming on stream. It's a newer refinery. And in terms of emissions, there should be less emissions from a new refinery than an old one. That's number one. Bonny Light is the crude that we've been blessed with. It is sweet light crude. So the emissions are also less. I'm happy Madam from Mercyport is into LPG because she said something very, very clearly. Clean fuels are the mainstay. So it means that what are we doing with the gas that is coming out first and foremost from drilling operations? We must begin to make targets that say, look, we want to stop flaring by so and so. The gas flaring initiative is on, but I dare say we've shifted the goalposts so many times. How much energy can we capture from what is being flared so that we have some form of clean fuels? Let me go to downstream, which is the space we most likely are. Clean fuels are a must, but at the same time, we're in a situation right now where most of the trucks that distribute petroleum products across Nigeria, don't forget, downstream is the last mile energy supplier to the end user. It means that the trucks, as we speak today, most of them are driven by by diesel. The emissions are high. Have we gotten to a stage where our supply chain is now driven by gas-powered trucks? We're on the way there, but we're not yet there. We're going to build infrastructure, and someone talked about the opportunities right now that Europe needs gas. If we start building a pipeline now to get to Europe, it's probably going to take us 10, 15 to 20 years. So what do we do in the interim? We need to now strengthen our supply chain in terms of vessels, in terms of trucks, so that we use virtual pipelines. At this stage, we need to be building infrastructure across the country to be able to bottle LPG and then feed to the industrial hubs around those places. What am I trying to say in essence? And I'm going to be extremely, very, very brief. We cannot do an either or where we are at Nigeria, considering where we are in terms of our energy use or our energy attainability, where we want to go. We must have a combination of those three things, having at the back of our mind that we must find cleaner, more efficient and more sustainable ways, but we cannot jettison anything at the moment. There has to be a combination of all those three things to get to where we want to go. I think I'll leave it at that as my opening comments. Thanks again for having us.
Oh, fantastic, Mr. Pratt. Thank you very much. We cannot jettison anything. Whatever we need to achieve has to be a combination of everything that we have had in the past, we currently have, and we hope to add to the value chain. Thank you very, very much. All right, next I'll go to Mr. Ngoka Kelechi. Mr. Ngoka Kelechi, please, can you come ahead, please? Mr. Ngoka Kelechi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, please, you will permit me for certain reasons I may not be coming on the video.
Okay.
I think I will accept that with the organizers. There's a little displacement of my something.
Hello, Kelechi.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Kelechi, how are you? Okay, Max, hello. Go.
Hello, Mr. Kelechi. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So my take on this is this. I will start with a question. My question is this. Why are we dollarizing everything that we have from the upstream to the downstream? Why is everything dollarized? And what is the effect of that dollarization to energy security? I made a presentation, but because of time, I'll keep it aside and just say one or two things so I can give my other colleagues on the panel the time to say one or two things. For instance, if you look at the man that manufactures the biscuit you buy in the street, the machines were imported, and say 60 to 70% of the raw materials for him to manufacture the biscuit was also imported. But at the end of the day, he sells his product in Naira. Then in the case of downstream, we export crude oil, import refined petroleum products, sell it in Naira, get the dollar to be viable. And I asked this question in one of the conferences I attended. Why is it being dollarized? The question was not made available. So if you look at my slide here, when you talk about energy security, in the second slide, you see that by definition, when you talk about energy security, you're simply talking about making energy available at any point in time. Now, the global society or the global community has been based on hydrocarbon energy solution. Now they are tilting away from it. But my concern with the tilting away is the transition process seems to be too fast, too early, in my own personal opinion. And you want to carry everybody along. This was the same hydrocarbon dollars that has built this nation, made them a first-class nation, and then you want to pull this third world along with you on the same page. I think there should be a critical that highway. Also, if you please, can you go to the next slide, please? Now, if you look at some of the challenges that energy security presents to us, okay, the challenges are there every day and every time. Number one is that the number of man hours being lost because of scarcity of energy sources, be it petroleum, be it cooking gas, be it power gas, whatever source of energy that is. Once there is the actual 1 hour loss, that results which affects the performance of the scale. And so when we talk about energy security, like I said, when an American tells you about energy security, they are saying that we get energy.
Sorry, Mr. Kelechi, you are not
Sorry,
audible.
Mr.
We cannot hear you. You are not.
Okay, Chairperson, can Mr. Osoro mute his mic, please? If you're not speaking, can you mute your mic, please? Basil Osaro, please mute your mic. Okay, can we go back to Mrs. Kelechi? Sorry, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much. So that's one of the consequences of this insecurity in energy. Number two, it brings about food inflation in terms of pricing. Why? Because the cost of trading these goods, these are perishable goods, and we don't have the infrastructure to preserve them. So the cost of trading them from the farms to the marketplaces where the buyers are waiting for them increases. We can see the current situation now that happens in Nigeria, particularly in the case of COVID. There is a lot of food stock and large stock that have gone under the water simply because of that particular incident. We do not have what it takes. We have not come to terms with realities and adjustments that are necessary for us to secure this food stock. Again, it brings about low investment from foreign direct investors. When they see the challenges that there is no energy security, particularly in the country, which I believe is one of the major criteria that nations are being termed as first world, second world, or developing nations. Okay, that energy security is a key indicating factor. Then we also look at one of the incidences that it brings, which is the high cost of doing business. We all know what is happening with our gas. A price of a liter of diesel went from 200 to over 780 per liter. That ripple effect will have to fall back on either cutting costs of manufacturing or doing businesses, or increasing the prices of your product. It affects the performance of the economy. And then we cannot take away this last point from it, which is the potency of unrest. It can bring about a serious unrest if not addressed. Okay, please, the next slide. I would like to deal with firstly now. The next slide, please. The next slide, if you're there, please. Okay, now these are some of the probable solutions I would like to discuss as far as this topic is concerned. Now, number one, is that there should be a partnership. I mean, enough is enough of government and private sector fighting over policies and program and implementation. Why you can see the logo, one of the pictures I told them was IUDC. I tell people, in my own humble opinion, Lagos is a perfect case study because in most of the things you see the Lagos state government do, they do it through a public-private partnership. Okay, there is this synergy, and that is bringing results. And I believe, I pray that the federal government and other state governments will also do the same thing. It's time for us to harmonize our thoughts. It's time for the government to stop seeing the private sector as competitors. No, we are partners in progress. We are partners in development. Government should see us as partners. Government should see us as partners. The same way private sector should see government as partners. When we harmonize our thoughts, good policies will come out of this store. When we implement those good policies, the effect on energy security, economic growth, job creation will be evident. We need to do that. And a good example, for instance, in Lagos is what IOGC is doing. Ibile Oil and Gas is doing fantastic in partnership, and they are taking the space bit by bit. Secondly, we have to understand that the critical consideration, a reconsideration, must be given to downstream sector to attract investment. The liberalization of the downstream sector is a key word. We need to work on it. Thirdly, the banks, the financial institutions need to understand how the downstream works. This is my humble opinion. I don't think for now that the financial sector or the financial players understand the downstream sector. They have something that bonds doing businesses in the upstream. And so translating down to the downstream is a bit difficult for them. Okay. And so you don't see much of partnership investment in the downstream sector. It's not that the private sector don't want to put in. There are a lot of ideas. For instance, in the case of the LPG, there are a lot of ideas. There are so many options. There are so many ideas, technological ideas being matched with it to solve the problem in the downstream sector. For instance, in the case of LPG, but the investment is a problem. It's a huge, huge challenge. Simply because, in my humble opinion, the financial players, the banks and other financial institutions have not gotten a grasp of how the downstream sector properly works. Something can happen to the upstream sector, good and fine. We can source crude oil as we are doing in Nigeria. Nigeria being a miracle country, that we are still even importing the refined product. But if something happens to the downstream sector, believe you me, it will not just affect the economy, it will go straight up to the upstream. So we have to understand that a huge bottleneck in financing of the downstream sector needs to be addressed. And then finally, we need to take the advantage of the Petroleum Industry Act in terms of implementing an evaluation. It's not just to implement. We have challenged in Nigeria as implementation of policies and concerns. Again, how do we evaluate what we are implementing? We don't have any evaluation system, which is a critical problem. We need to start addressing that problem. Now, we have a huge opportunity with the PID. We have to find a way to evaluate our performance and then benchmark them. Finally, I will drop on this one. These developed nations like the Americas, the Europe, I asked the question, who taught them what they did to get to where they are today? We always make reference to them. Is it not high time we look inward? Because I believe our solution is inward. And when we can bring those solutions and implement them inward, we will be among the nations that will also be used as reference points. Singapore did the same thing, Indonesia did the same thing. So I think it's high time we stop referencing with developed nations and start looking inward, reference what we've done in the past and how we can improve on what we have done to solve these problems and challenges we have. So in conclusion, the energy security that we are scared of is the one that will have or that has consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelechi. Change of approach, public-private partnership will further enhance our capabilities and improve us. Thank you very much. All right, so we now go lastly to Mr. Dagogo. Mr. Dagogo, we have overshot our time. We appeal that you kindly stay within 5 minutes so that we can round up and take a few questions before we hand over back to Mr. Dapotai. Thank you very much. You are welcome, Mr. Dagogo.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. If you can hear me, please tell me you can hear me.
Yeah, good afternoon. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, let me start by thanking the organizers of this wonderful conference. It can never come at a better time than this.
Hello, Mr. Dagogo. Hello. Sorry, please, can anyone hear Mr. Dagogo, or it's only from my side?
We can't hear him.
Okay.
We can't hear him right now.
Maybe he's having technical issues. Hello, Mr. Dagogo, can you hear us?
Okay. We need to get him. I think he lost network there. I think he's coming back in. Let's just give him a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Dagogo, are you back with us?
Let's take an advert now, and his network actually is the issue, so they'll be back shortly.
I think he's coming back in.
A new day.
Let's just
get up, face it all. With endless possibilities, go on, take it all. The world is.
It's a red letter day for us at NNPC and for Nigerians in general. A peep into today's event indicates clearly that there has been a marriage somewhere along the line, and we're all gathered here to witness the handover of the bride to the groom and his family.
I think the primary reasons for this was to strengthen the energy security in Nigeria. I think it has become paramount to leverage on the infrastructure of NNPC and the management capacity and the capability of OVH. It was just a perfect match.
I really believe that NNPC and OVH together can really transform this market, delivering the best customer service, innovative solutions, and great product quality at the right price.
From the regulatory pattern, the whole system, we are ready to support the NNPC and NNPC retail outlet.
We saw the opportunity to learn on the competencies of the OVH Group, and it has potential to make us achieve our own aspiration to be the global company of choice, which will be delivering energy reliably to its shareholders.
Today's acquisition or merger, it's a family here we have. You are going to have the biggest filling station collection in Africa. We have NNPC retail brand now in Nigeria, Togo, and we are on a journey to attaining 1,500 stations target. OVH, welcome on board, and we look forward to a successful and fruitful relationship.
I would like to thank the leadership of National Assembly, which again, without the passage of the Petroleum Industry Bill, after 20 years, we will be seeing this kind of giant strike in NNPC Limited. God bless us all. God bless NNPC Limited. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
We are going to have the biggest filling station collection in
So apologies there. Is Mr. Dagogo back with us now, please?
Not yet. We'll take another sponsor's advert.
Okay, we'll take another advert.
Thank you.
We will be seeing this kind of giant strike in NNPC Limited. God bless us all. God bless NNPC Limited. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, apologies. It seems we're still having issues with Mr. Dagogo. On that note, I think we will go to Chairperson, I think I'll hand over to you. Let's just round up with the contributions that's already been made by myself, Mrs. James, and Mr. Jide Pratt, and Ngoka Kelechi. If we just round up on that, please, in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson, you can take the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you for your various contribution. So before we round up, I would just want to ask Mrs. Rita and Mr. Jide Pratt a few questions. Mrs. Rita, I want to ask you in terms of, okay, you have said that you have tried to take cleaner energy to the rural areas. And so I want to ask you, what do you think will be the most effective means of achieving this? Do you intend to deploy gas kits to these rural areas? Do you intend to connect to some pipelines, neighboring pipelines, or you tend to truck the gas to the rural areas, having in mind the poor access road, and more recently the flooding? So in just 1 minute, what is your main strategy at achieving the objectives? Yeah.
For now, our current strategy is actually to we truck the products to these areas, and we're also able to. What we also do is to empower smaller LPG companies. We supply them in those areas also. But the future, one of the plans we have is also to pipe, to be able to connect to the gas pipelines already built in by the government. But for now, what we do is to take it there, and also we give out cylinders to some of these indigent ones, because they can't. The main problem is affordability of the cylinders. That's the major cost, And we as a company, I prefer to really look at problems where they are and address it. Like people will say, well, I don't talk at the top. I like to go bottom, so that at the bottom of the value chain, so that everybody can actually benefit from it. So that's what we're doing now. We use our trucks, we take it to gas plants, we deliver to people. We also sensitize them, we educate them, because really fossil fuels, the pollution causes cancer. A lot of these people, they are sick. If you go down there, a lot of them are sick with different diseases, and it's caused by pollution. So we let them know that the cost of this LPG, or buying LPG maybe 2,000 naira, is cheaper than coming out to beg for 500,000 or 1 million to go and, to go to the hospital back and forth and all that. So that's what we do. It's not just taking the product. Education is very important. Education will make you know that, okay, if I add additional 300 naira or 200 naira to my transport to go and buy LPG, is more beneficial for me in the long run. So that's what we are doing currently. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll keep a tab on you as you progress, trying to provide cleaner energy to our rural space in Nigeria.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Pratt, just one question for you. You have emphasized that we needed to build in more infrastructure to enable us achieve our strategic objectives nationwide. But I want to ask you a question. We have had, in the course of this conference severally, we have a lot of infrastructures that are not even working optimally. So do you then think that shouldn't our focus be on trying to drive the efficiency of existing infrastructure to bring a private partnership for operating and maintaining these infrastructures, like Mr. Klechi has said? Or do you think that building infrastructures is the answer? So please, just in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. And I tend to be a proponent for the fact that there's never a silver bullet for everything. And I say that a lot. If you have infrastructure that you've built that was supposed to achieve a certain objective, and I'll go to the refineries. We have refineries that are existing. So there's the school of thought that we should revamp them. And there's also the school of thought that we should build a new one. So I'll use that example. The refineries that we have, instead of revamping them, because they're basically past their buy dates because they haven't been adequately maintained. We've gone the option of going to Dangote refinery, which is a brand new refinery and has the capacity to swallow the consumption or the production of those three. So this is my point, sir. There's never a silver bullet for everything. In some cases, you have some projects that have started and they stopped based on funding. If the funding was inadequate and you can find a commercially viable model, gas, for instance, if we price gas appropriately, then some of those infrastructure can pay for themselves. If we do not price it appropriately, then what it means is that if we subsidize it, then there's still an issue. So I think it's a combination of both, in my opinion. Some of them we can continue with, some we need to jettison and build new ones. Am I audible, please? Okay.
Yes, you are.
So that was my comment on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Pratt. Thank you very much. All right. So we come to the end of our session. I want to thank the panelists.
Sorry. At this point, I must apologize before you end the session.
Okay, Mr. Dagogo, are you back?
Yes. I don't know.
Can we have something from you from just 1 minute, because we have actually passed our time. Let's have something from you. For 2 minutes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Due to us not being able to achieve enough energy from my end on the lighter note, but just to wrap it here, basically, in all of this, we really cannot talk about achieving energy security and sustainable environment stewardship if at the end of the day, we don't look at doing it and doing it safely. Speaking of from the point of view that everything we're doing is worth doing safe. And even in this industry, you will agree with me that even if you do, and then there's a statistic showing that there is one injury or one incident, even if in the case of fatality, it means that that project was not as successful as it should have been claimed to be. So in all of this, trying to achieve energy security and sustain it, the role of every downstream, midstream, upstream, and even human stream, because safety is everybody's responsibility. If you take the charge to ensure that you do it right from the beginning, it is something that you do before, during, and after. So while you're planning on achieving this, even in the process, we should ensure that it is done safely. The when, the how, the why should also be done alongside having safety at heart. If we can go with this, that safety starts with me as a person, with me as a government, then we can go ahead to say, yes, we can achieve these things and achieve them safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dagogo. Fantastic presentation. Safety cannot but be emphasized there. Once we don't do anything at all, if it's not done safely, I think that is very, very clear. So I want to thank my panelists in the mid and downstream sector for the fantastic presentation.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I want to thank my team in the mid and the downstream sector for fantastic presentation during our session. I want to personally thank Mrs. Rita James, Mr. Jide Pratt, Mr. Kelechi, and then Mr. Dagogo. Thank you very much. Your contributions were fantastic, enlightening, and very robust. Thank you very much. So now I hand over back to Mr. Dago. Mr. Dago, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Much thanks goes to all the other panelists as well. We really appreciate you. Right now, we'll go to the last panel session, and we'll be discussing achieving energy security and sustainable environment stewardship, this time on future energy and renewable outlook. And to chair that session, we have Engineer Tomiwa Bayo-Ojo, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Volsource Energy Limited. We'll also recall Mr. Jide Pratt, the Chief Operating Officer, Iona Nigeria, Principal Consultant and Country Manager, Kotevis Energy Limited. Also joining the panelists is Mr. Basi Obetan, Head of Program and Partnership, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. We also have Dr. Akinsheye O. Aluko, Module Leader / Lecturer, MBA Sustainable Energy, University of East London, London. And we also have Mr. Iehse Oke, CEO, Power Stove Energy. The highlight of their discussion would include new energy sources, Nigerian energy mix, security in renewable energy, protecting critical energy infrastructure and assets, environmental sustainability, and corporate governance, amongst others. I will now hand over to Engineer Tomiwa Bayo-Ojo, the chairperson for this session. Engineer Tomiwa, I will appreciate if we can keep this to 50 minutes exactly. So I'll be watching the clock with you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Chairperson, you can take over.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me very well?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you clearly, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll try our best to, no, I'm not ready for the slides yet, please. Can you please take the, yeah, okay. Yes, we'll try our best to keep this, to keep the time, but you know, this is the only session on solely on renewable energy. So, and we've got some very great panelists here to discuss about this. Everybody's been talking about oil and gas, about upstream, downstream, and safety issues in the oil and gas industry. So this is, and we keep saying renewable energy is the future, but we haven't had any session that solely talks about that. So you need to give us enough time to thoroughly express ourselves. You know, Mr. Jide Pratt and Dr. Akisheye Aluko, I'm sure they're itching to contribute to this, and our other panelists as well, Mr. Oke, Iehse, and Mr. Basi Obitan. First off, I'd like to thank the planning committee of the Iehse for this wonderful opportunity to have these discussions. It's been very informative and educative since this program began yesterday. And we hope that this would continue, and it will continue to grow so that we can bring awareness to the energy problems in Nigeria, and not just to discuss them, but to also provide solutions that would last long term. I would first of all start by allowing the panelists to talk for about 8 to 10 minutes before we get on to questions and answers. So I'd like to start with Mr. Jide Pratt. Well, he's been introduced, but he has a lot of experience in the oil and gas sector and the renewable energy sector as well. So please, Mr. Jide Pratt, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomiwa. I just permit me to stand on all existing protocols. The topic for me is one of excitement, because every time there's a fora like this, it's a learning experience for me. I spent 21 years in oil and gas, but you see, the life, or let me say the world, evolves. As we take away from the ground, we deplete the resources. However, what are we trying to do when we talk about sustainability? We're trying to see that, look, as we keep on living day to day, we're finding, and I like to use the word efficient and cleaner ways to live our lives. The reality is this: you can't source energy outside of the form of the world that we exist in. There's just no way around that. However, you can find, and back to the word, sustainable ways of depleting the quote and unquote ozone layers to be able to live cleaner and with less incidences of, let me say, diseases. One of the things that we try to do is that when we started drilling oil in this country, we were at the bare basics, because all we wanted to do was strike oil. But you see, technology is something that evolves. We learn every day. So what you find is that as science, advancements in science and technology continue to increase, there are cleaner ways to doing what we're doing. But then again, I'll go back to what I said at the previous session. We have to look at where we are in the context of where we are as Nigeria. We need to do so much more to get so much more out. But we cannot be oblivious of the effect on the environment. That said, it means that we must find ways of, apart from talking, which is a good thing, we must begin to plan and actually measure the steps that we say we'll take as the population begins to grow. Now, the population is growing at, I'd like to say, an astronomical rate. And then when we talk about population, you often hear in conversations where people tell you that, don't compare Nigeria to Ghana. Ghana is a much smaller country. That's fine. But I always ask questions then, should we compare ourselves with India? Should we compare ourselves with China? Should we compare ourselves with Morocco, Egypt? And if the answer is yes, then the advancements that they've been able to make, what are we doing to be able to compare ourselves? There's no wishful thinking in energy security. It's taking smart steps, but measured steps as well. One of the things that I started doing when I pulled out of oil and gas as a mainstay is that we started producing lights. So that's what I do for, my partner and myself decided that, we're going to manufacture LED lights. Why did we go to LED? Because it emits, but it emits cleaner. So if you had an old style regular bulb that is consuming X amount of electricity, the LED technology enables you make probably that same light using maybe only 20% of that energy. What is the effect of that? It means that you're more efficient. And in terms of conserving energy, that is what you have achieved. We decided, this is not enough. Let's look at solar. So we started making solar lights as well. And why was it solar? Because when we talk about renewable, I tell people that there's a difference between renewable and clean energy. Gas is a clean energy. Renewable energy is speaking to energy that is easily replenishable. So you're talking about sunlight, you're talking about wind. There's some conversations about biomass, but hey, renewable is what it is. It's easy to replenish. There is nowhere in Nigeria today, and I stand to be correct. I was born in the northern part of Nigeria, so I saw a lot of sun. And I tell you without any iota of doubt, we have 6 to 7 to 8 hours minimum sunlight anywhere in the country. So the question is this: what do we need to do to be able to start to generate more energy from that resource called sunlight? However, this is still my point, and I always say this: it's not the only thing we need to do. We need to combine the three things that we have: use gas, pursue aggressive renewals. And you see, when we pursue renewable energy, we must also look at it one way. I'd say that more than 70% of the panels that are used for solar inverters or solar lights are brought in from China. So let's not get it wrong. China is the manufacturing hub of the world. But the question is this: what are we doing in Nigeria? And the REA is doing quite a bit. Sun King, there are companies that are doing a bit. But you see, if there's a gap that is this wide, it means that the level at which we must move must be that wide. It doesn't make sense to say that we have a target of 10% year on year when the gap is 150%. It now means that people must sit apart from forums like this, but the private and the public sector and the government need to sit down in one room, and you must begin with the end in mind. If you don't begin with the end in mind, then we're going to have cross purposes. And in the end, basically, we're having this conversation again next year. So increase manufacturing of those components, begin to drive into the mineral resources we have here. Lithium is abounding a bit. I don't know how much more of it we have. Cobalt, there are things that I hear that we need to start to backward integrate. So that what we're doing is that if you're getting knocked down parts into Nigeria, that is one step, because the cost of that product, fully imported and assembled here, there's a cost saving which goes to the end market. We need to begin to look at things like utilities, like pumps, water pumps for irrigations in the north and the south, anywhere there's farmland. We don't need to be connecting those particular items to electricity anywhere in the world. We really do not need to. We must find solar ways that are cheap, solar ways that are efficient, to be able to increase the food in that basket called the food basket. I think that's a purview of what I'd like to speak about as we start, and then yield the floor to the other extreme gentlemen. Thank you again.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Jide Pratt. I'd like to say that one of the things that you mentioned regarding that your company does, which is solar lights, is very important to the development of any country, because electricity is a huge problem that we have at the moment. And I've also been involved in that in the area of providing electricity for primary healthcare centers, which I'll highlight later, because you'd be surprised how much not having electricity when it goes dark affects people, not just in rural areas, even peri-urban areas where they don't have electricity for healthcare. And also you talked about the area of manufacturing. I'm sure we saw in the news recently there were some Chinese nationals that were arrested in Kwara State for illegal mining. So everybody's beginning to mine lithium ion ore now, which is like a critical mineral for making batteries, which the whole world is transitioning to. So Nigeria needs to be prepared for that. We need to make sure that all these things, all these minerals that we have in abundance of manufacturing mobile phones, lithium, we have to protect them and make sure that the proper regulatory policies are put in place for us as Nigerians to take advantage of them and for us to refine and export them. Not to take too much of your time there, I would like to yield the floor now to Dr. Akinseye Aluko for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tomowa and Mr. Jideprat. He has actually said a lot today regarding renewable energy and what has been done or what is obtainable in the Nigerian society. You've actually given us the idea of what the Nigerian society or government has actually done in the bits. But there's a lot to be done. We understand sustainability from different perspectives. One of the key things that was actually talked about in the first session was the consumer, the people. We need to understand this. This happens to be more or less like a drive or probably a catalyst for poverty in Nigeria. Energy happens to be a key thing anywhere in the world. Talking about education, talking about healthcare, talking about industrialization, talking about the reason why people are actually leaving the country, why we're having brain drain in most areas or virtually in the totality of the country. Energy, if the energy sustainability and accessibility happens to be there, you won't be seeing all these kind of things. You won't be seeing the brain drain we are probably experiencing in recent time. People are leaving because they don't have opportunity. Even the productivity of everything we probably know has deteriorated. Look at back in the day, I used to know that yes, we have pan in Surulere under the bridge of Ojuelegba, where Fela was back in the day. But now we don't even have any company existing in Nigeria anymore. That is the sole reason, because there's no power. We know that the health sector, back then in Nigeria, we used to know quite well of Mercy Hospital, where people delivered their kids safely. But now things are deteriorating or has already deteriorated. And the government happens to be not seeing things from that perspective. We're calling renewable energy happens to be the safe energy or probably the friendly energy. When you talk about sustainability, we are talking about triple bottom line in most of what the theories has given us. But can we apply those theories to what the Nigerian society is saying at the moment? You talk about people, you talk about financing, and you talk about environment. How can we coexist in these three aspects? The people happens to be the consumer that are not even accessible to this energy we are looking at. The government are not they don't even understand how to finance energy processes in Nigeria. The banks are not even having a clue of what to do and how to go about things. The environment, we're talking about fossil fuel. We can't leave fossil fuel in the next 50 years. Someone said yes, in the next 8 years. We should be probably transiting from fossil fuel to renewable. I'm telling you all, I've been to different conferences. I was in Cambridge, I was in Oxford, and I saw how things were being deliberated on. In the next 60, 70 years, fossil fuel will be alongside renewable energy. Even here in the UK, the amount of renewable energy that is contributed to the system is still very minute. Despite the fact China produces solar panels, they can still go on total renewable energy in the next 15, 20 years. India is there. The population, people are giving birth every day. People give birth every day. The population is exploding or has exploded. So we need to, if the United Nations is saying we should go out of fossil fuel in 2030 and 2050, it is not visible. Let's look internally. This is what drives our economy. This is what drives our existence, the oil. We need to see how we can utilize these resources in, transiting, probably in the next 20 years, 40 years. But it is the main resources. It is the key energy we have at the moment. How can we use the resources, the dividends that we get from this fossil fuel in establishing what the Nigerian society can call renewables? Someone like Mr. Jide's company shouldn't be struggling. If you're talking about foreign direct investment in Nigeria, it should be well established. Because this foreign direct investment, I won't lie to you, happens to be the sole thing, the sole key aspect that is killing, I would call it protectionism. Protectionism in the sense that America has done protectionism, they succeeded. China has done protectionism, and they are succeeding. Why can't we look inward, using what we have at the moment to power what should be in the future? Because when you're talking about sustainability, it's not talking about the past, it's talking about the future. How can we drive what we have at the moment is strategic. We happen to be the giant of Africa and we are so powerless. When you're talking about, you know, being the power source of Africa, we should be able to compete effectively. Our competitive advantage with some African countries is zero. Look at Morocco. Mr. Gida said, how can we compare ourselves with Morocco? Morocco happens to be one of the topmost countries when it comes to delivering renewable energy, when it comes to solar panels. You know, these are things that are renewable. These are things that we get naturally. I won't lie to you. I served in Gombe. I was in Gombe for full 1 year. You understand? And I know the level at which the sun burns. So why can't we generate solar power or solar energy from those areas? Maiduguri happens to be one of the extreme areas when it comes to the sun. So why can't we? We have the delta there where we can generate hydro effectively, where we can generate thermal effectively, where we can, you know, these are things that can work. Holland has been using wind. They don't even have enough wind compared to what we have. We have vast land. I've been to the northern part of Nigeria. I've been to the east to confirm all this. So these are things, if you think the UK produces enough oil and gas compared to Nigeria, I won't lie to you, it's a lie. Go and check your statistics. It's a lie. But one thing is, we are self-sufficient. The only thing is we don't have the governmental willpower to power these things. It's not about not having, the resources are there, but the governmental willpower that will fine-tune and transform these resources into output happens not to be there. If the government says, yes, we need to look inwardly, China did it. Thomas Sankara was almost doing it. We can have the leader that can drive the society, that can actually, the first panel we're looking at energy theft, which I was also part of yesterday to talk about. Without fossil fuel in Nigeria, we're not talking about outside Nigeria, without fossil fuel being stable, without fossil fuel being accessible, without fossil fuel being able to, you know, drive our economy effectively, we will not get there. We've gone past generating full-fledged revenue from agriculture. So we need to use what we have to get what we are looking for. If we don't use what we have, which is the oil, to power the economy effectively, it only takes one willpower. It only takes one person to change the system. And when you are able to transmit, when you are able to transcend, because if you are transcending, it goes down to the supply chain. When you're transcending idea, it goes into everybody. This is what I want for my government. And let's reorientate ourselves. It's just a matter of rebirth. I know I'm quite short of time. On my slide, I have 4 key things. Can my slide be, can you bring up my slide, please? I just want to show the model I was able to come up.
You have 2 minutes for your slide, please.
I just want the last slide, not the reference.
We
the
really
model.
appreciate your passion, and we hope that we can have someone like you in the leadership of
the last slide, please.
Nigeria.
Yes, please. This happens to be the 4 key factors I was able to come up with my student, because we try to make sure that, yes, the students are, you know, are research driven. I came up with effective under governmental willpower on energy poverty, in eradicating energy poverty in Nigeria, you need to understand that, yes, there's something called effective governance for policy when it comes to foreign direct investment and internationalization. For us to internationalize, we need to restructure and revamp the policy scheme of foreign direct investment. We need to look at technological inclusion when it talks about collaborating, understanding the local content enhancement. We have the best blueprint in Africa. When it comes to consumption attitude, then you go to the consumer. How does the consumer understand how to preserve, how to store, how to, transmit? Because there's a way of storing energy now, which I believe Mr. Jude knows quite well. You can store it, you've used it in different parts of the world. And the last one is sensitizing the financial institution on how green projects needs to be financed. They need to understand how these things need to be financed. If not, we will only be merry-go-rounding across the chain. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akisheye Aluko. One of the things that he discussed is having fossil fuel and renewables going side by side. We should not completely ignore any one of them. China, for example, most of their power is still generated with coal, and they're the highest manufacturers of renewable energy products in the world. So they haven't jettisoned the fossil fuel. But in Nigeria, both the fossil fuel and the renewable energy, we have different issues there. And the local companies are not being encouraged, even in the renewable energy sector. Because I remember earlier in the day, Mr. Ayodele Ikumapayi, I hope I pronounced that correctly. He mentioned about us not having good and efficient PPAs that attract foreign investments in Nigeria. And Dr. Akisheye also highlighted that in what you just discussed. We need to have competitive PPAs. We need to have a situation where a company that can invest in renewable energy in Portugal can come to Nigeria and also have a competitive tariff. When it comes to renewable energy, we keep thinking that renewable energy is a passion project. It's not. You're supposed to get into it for profit, and to be able to recoup your money and to be able to take out your money out after you've recouped. So these are the problems we have with this foreign investments and why it's not happening. And like you said, Doctor, we need to look into governmental willpower, like you mentioned earlier. So I would now like to move on to Mr. Iehse. He's a serial entrepreneur and an inventor. Mr. Oke, are you out there? I can't see you. Mr. Iehse.
He was here a short while ago. I
saw him.
Let's move on to someone else and get him on.
Okay, Mr. Basi Obita is also a panelist. Is he in the room?
Yes, I'm here. I'm with you. Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Basi, say good afternoon. Mr. Basi is the head of program and partnership at the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and is also a technical lead on energy and environment at the office of the wife of the Ondo State Governor, and he's also the technical director of a foundation that provides STEM education for about 2,000 girls since 2017. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please go ahead, Mr. Basi. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. My apologies for joining late. I was in another conversation. We're still on the same matter. I came in when Mr. Aluko was having the floor, and I really love the passion. I really share in his energy. I share in his sentiment as well. I represent renewables, so it's unethical for me for any reason to advocate for non-renewable sources. But I share in what Mr. Aluko is saying. It has been an argument that has been on the floor for a while. I think for a couple of months now, I think it's coming to the front burner about Nigeria not being able to completely move away from fossil. I mean, people have said we can't do it in 30 years. Some have said we can't do it, like Mr. Luku said, in 50 years. I've even had some say we cannot do it forever. We can't really do this. We just have to, be realistic and face the fact. But in all of these arguments, there is a missing link in the entire process. The rest of the world is moving. It's a global paradigm, and we have to acknowledge that fact. The rest of the world is moving. And if the rest of the world is moving, what are we supposed to do as a people so that we don't play catch up 50 years after now? What are we supposed to do as a nation, as an industry, as stakeholders within this space? We're already left behind in healthcare. We're already behind in education. We're already behind in nearly all facets of development. And renewables is coming on board. Unfortunately for all of us, it's a new technology the whole world, the global world, is trying to adapt itself to. And I believe it is in our own best interest to completely embrace the new technology, invest in the new technology, research into the new technology. The federal government has launched the energy transition plan, and I know gas has been defined as our transition energy. For a fact, we cannot completely unplug from fossil and plug into renewables. It's going to be catastrophic. I cannot advocate for that, to say, oh, we'll unplug immediately today and unplug here and unplug there. It's a gradual process. It will take time. It could take months, it could take years. But what would make it become a reality is the energy to realize, or the commitment to realize that we need to deliberately transition. We don't have to make it on paper. We don't have to make it more of a policy thing where we gather stakeholders and we write documents and then we go home and subsequently we write another one by next year. I'm sure the next administration will probably come with the energy transition roadmap 2050. Another one will do the same transition. We could keep transitioning it until we will never transition. It keeps happening, and it becomes some circles where we keep going around this cycle. But for us and for me, the future is renewables. And we have to understand that clearly, without doubt. By the time we may finally realize that the future is renewables and we want to aggressively key into it, we may be left behind. Renewables is expensive, no doubt, and transitioning into it would take a lot from us, from our resources. Some think tanks within the political space, I've had an interaction with someone within the government cycle who keeps telling me, look, Pasi, we cannot transition. We cannot transition. Just keep doing your seminars and your workshop and keep doing your stakeholders engagement. We can't transition. Poverty would kill us. We need oil. We have to sell oil to get revenue. If we transition, what happens to a country like Nigeria that is dependent on oil? What happens to a country like Saudi and the rest of them? If we transition, do you know how many people you throw out of the job market? How many jobs that is going to get lost in the process of transitioning? So there is that argument on that other end, that there is this benefit. And for us as a developing nation, we cannot afford that risk that comes with that transition. But we have to face the fiscal reality that if we start making plans to transition, for instance, there's green hydrogen now. And like I told somebody yesterday, green hydrogen may likely become the next big thing. If not, it's already in the pipeline to become the big thing. It's very efficient. So while the West is putting in resources to see how they can come up with more efficient renewables, I think it's best for us to move away from the argument that we still need fossil and also concentrate as stakeholders within the space to also research into more renewables. They've looked into solar, they've gone into wind, they are now moving into green hydrogen. We don't know what they will come up with tomorrow. We can't say what they will come up with in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. They would definitely keep investing in research, and they would definitely keep coming up with new and better technologies that are more efficient. So for us as a nation, we can start adapting. We can start investing in research. Organizations can start tapping into this. We can start adjusting our technology to become more energy efficient. We can also start adapting our technologies to see that we are also moving with the global paradigm, that we are not left behind. As the rest of the world is adjusting, we should also make the adjustment. So the future remains in renewable. There's no way the world is going to go back on that. The global war will keep going forward. And they won't stop because we need oil to survive. They won't stop because we need it to generate revenue for our states. They would keep moving. And before we realize that we've been left behind, it may be very unfortunate for us as a people. We have always been unfortunate anyway. By the time we realize so many things, the rest of the world has always left us behind. Our story has been an unfortunate one. But I think for us, who are stakeholders in the space, who are players in the industry, in the energy industry, who are also policy makers, who have access to make policies, who have access for advocacy, we should always put that thing forward. I spoke to a commissioner somewhere, and I said, sir, what happens if next year you dedicate 30% of your generating sets? You spend so much on diesel. What would happen if from next year you say, okay, we'll start investing 30% of our energy budget on renewable? You start removing your small generators where you can remove them. You can start replacing them. You can start going clean. You go to a secretariat somewhere in a typical government establishment, and there are more than 1,000 generators. You walk into a public institution where government is running, you see generators all over the corner. What happens if we deliberately start taking away the smaller gen? In as much as we know we cannot do it immediately, we can't just jumpstart it like that. We can start taking off these smaller generators. We can start embracing renewables bit by deliberate actions. By deliberate actions. And this is the only way we can attain this energy transition we are looking at. Because we've already published the document, oh, the transition energy is gas, this is this, and this is that. We are looking at 2040, we are looking at 2020, we are looking at 2030. We could keep looking at those timelines if we don't take deliberate steps. Even within our own space as players, what are we doing to aid the transition? The document is out there. So what are we doing as players within the space? So that is the crux for me right now, is what are we doing? What are the deliberate steps we are taking to see that we move into this future, which is what we are all hoping forward to embrace. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basi Obita, and thank you very much for keeping to time. You are just on point there, and we like what you said about green hydrogen is quite interesting, and I hope that before the end of this session, you'll be able to enlighten us more on what exactly green hydrogen is and how we as a country in Nigeria can key into it, because all we're talking about is future energies. And I think that's one of the most unfamiliar power sources that we've discussed in this session. And regarding what you said about government buildings, I'm sure all of us are familiar with this. You go to government buildings, there are massive generators, there are an orchestra of generators with engine all over the place, you know, and we keep saying that we need policies and everything. And I feel like we need to start internally. You know, it should be mandatory that government buildings should have renewable energy sources in place. The ones that have been built before should be retrofitted, and the ones that are being built, you still see new buildings being built, and everybody's thinking about renewable energy as an afterthought. There is maybe when they finish, they will say, okay, let's put a 10 kVA on maybe 2 floors because they have servers there. And I'm like, but you know that this thing is the key thing now. You know that you will eventually have problem with diesel because of the cost of diesel, and there's also the cost of maintenance, you know, all these issues. And we know, I'll keep talking about them every day. I think at least every week there's one article or the other in the paper about how we need to switch to renewable energy. I don't even think, like Dr. Iehse Aluko said, I don't think we're in a switching position yet. We should be in a synergetic position where we're synergizing with the fossil fuels. So I would also, please, the panelists, I'd like you to please look in the chat sections. If you have any questions that are specific to you, please kindly take note of them, as there will be further discussions on questions, and you'd also be allowed to talk some more towards the end of this session. I'd like to move on now to Mr. Iehse, the CEO of Power Stove Energy. Like I said, is a serial entrepreneur and inventor with a very interesting and robust CV. Mr. Iehse, on to you, please. Thank you. Mr. Iehse.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Okay. All right. Let me share my slide.
Mr. Dapo. Sir. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yes, I'm with you. It's been
let
shared.
me know when you
It's been shared.
can see my slide. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Mr. Iehse, you have about 8 to 10 minutes, please. Please
All
go
right.
ahead.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. My name is Iehse. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Power Stove Energy. What we are doing at Power Stove, we are providing an alternative to a smart and efficient cooking stove that have ability to also generate electricity for the users. Then we keep tabs of the carbon credits that comes out of this stove. We started with producing a product that is expensive, but is also solving the challenges for the target market, targeting only the urban middle class. But as we go along, we discovered that access to collecting firewood has been the most dangerous journey for mothers and their children after we witnessed a horrendous assault and rape of an 11-year-old girl. So that's turned our mindset of the challenges of the energy poverty by 360. So we came up with another product and a good business model, which we call cooking as a business. For this model, we are now giving out our stove free for the poor and low-income household living in off-grid and rural communities. And our product uses biopellet, which is produced from waste, a sustainable source that have displaced charcoal and firewood that is causing alarming deforestation, degradation, and a whole lot of greenhouse gas emission. So when the stove is given out for free, the users also save up to $300 by making the switch to our biopellets. How the unit economics works, we give the stove out at $8, purchasing pellet for a house of 5 per month. That gives a revenue of $72. And also we monetize the carbon credit with our stove. So we remain the only cook stove company that rewards the users monetarily. And in the last 18 months, our traction have grown by 4x, pivoting at an average of 150,000 USD monthly. We're operational in 7 states in Nigeria, and we're aggressively expanding in other states. The market is worth $87 billion annually. However, our beachhead market has always been around $13 billion annually. But we have competitions within this industry, mostly from imported cook stoves and solar home systems. But we've differentiated ourselves by allowing users to use a more sustainable and affordable cooking source, which is our pellet, and we have a faster cooking time. And also our stove generates electricity for the users. So when you use our stoves, you also charge your mobile phones, you have electricity in your home just from your cook stoves. And we reward users for cooking. Currently, we are running the largest carbon credit project in the world, which is distribution of 500,000 cook stoves across Nigeria. And with this, we are making sure that we are moving a lot of families from energy poverty to energy independence. our financials in the next 3 months is going to jump to 10x from 1 million USD to above 10 million USD because of what we are doing with the carbon credit space. I lead a team that have an average age of 8 years. I have 18 years experience in entrepreneurship. And I have Jane, who has also a seasoned experience in accounting with a financial background, Hajra and Gloria. Then we have Tommy Davis, who is heading our board of directors and also an advisor. And we have Andrew Young, who also serves as an advisor. Currently, we are raising $2.5 million. We've already closed 50% of the funding round. And we hope to close the round by the end of December this year. Our impact so far, we've impacted over 70,000 households, created 250 new jobs, and also mitigated 400,000 trees from deforestation. Created an opportunity for us to mitigate almost 600,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. We are currently working in 11 out of 17 SDGs. And finally, I still remain Iehse. Our company has over 50 awards, international awards, and we have 7 patents, currently 2 patents, and we've raised $1 million from grants and business funding. I'm happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iehse. And it's quite interesting what your company is doing and all the great statistics, especially in the area of carbon credit. I mean, a lot of people are into renewable energy, but they are not keeping record of what effect and what carbon reductions it is having on the environment and on the society. And I feel that this is something that we need to eventually think of. And this is a very, like I said at the beginning, this is a very balanced panel. We have, 2 manufacturers and distributors, Mr. Iehse and Mr.
Chairperson, I think we lost you there. If you can hear me, we can't hear you.
I think he's on mute.
No, are you muted? We can't hear
you.
You're muted.
Okay, I'm back. Okay,
okay, you're back.
Oh, was that okay? Anyway, I'm back. Yeah, so I would now I thank you, Mr. Iehse. I hope you heard my remarks before the microphone went off. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
yes, I can hear you.
It did.
Hear you.
Okay, you had my remarks. Okay, yes. So I'd like to, before we take questions, somebody keeps muting me. So he went off again, but it's back. Hello?
You're back. Yes, please go on.
Yes, I'm back. Yes. So like I said, I'd like to make a brief presentation on energy security for healthcare in Nigeria based on a case study of a project that we did for a primary healthcare center. So please, if you could put the slides up, that'll be great. Yes, so
sir,
I would...
Sir, apologies for my interruption. 1 second,
yes.
Sir.
Please go ahead.
I would like to say that, yes, we are actually on point with this conference. At the moment, as the conference was going on, the UK Prime Minister resigned based on the fact that she could not deliver the energy bill. So this is a very good conference, I won't lie to you, and I'm so super happy I'm part of it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for your addition. I would, since you're in the UK, would love to hear more on that once we start the question and answer phase of this. Thank you very much, Dr. Aluko. So I'd like to talk about powering healthcare and using solar mini grids in Nigeria. We as a company, Volsource Energy, we found out that a huge problem that primary healthcare centers have in Nigeria is the area of electricity, they can't function basically after 6 p.m. in the evening once it gets dark, and they can't, which means that they can't deliver babies at night. And when they have emergency deliveries, they either have to refer them to other primary healthcare centers or have to use candles for delivery. We actually have this on record from some of their staff. So please, next slide, please. Next slide, yes. So we started the Bolsa Solar for Health initiative in on 1st September, in September 2020, and the aim, like I said, is to provide 24-hour electricity for primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. This was a pilot project in a place called Karu in Abuja, in Nigeria, of course. So what we did there is that we launched it on 1st September 2020, and from 1st September 2020 till date, there has been uninterrupted power supply in that primary healthcare center, and we're the first company to achieve that in Nigeria. And it was launched by the Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Jeji Agba, OFR at the time, and we have about 25,000 primary healthcare centers across the 36 states of Nigeria, obviously in different tiers. Some of them are really massive, some of them are small, they're not, some of them serve communities in rural areas, some of them serve last mile communities, which are communities that electricity would probably not get to in the next 10 to 15 years. And primary healthcare centers are the first port of call for mothers and their children, for regarding immunization, testing for even testing for diseases. So they have small labs, and they also need power to cool the vaccine vials that they use to immunize children and the mothers. So we felt that providing this power would really help and make a huge difference in this sector. Please, next slide, please. Next slide. Hello? Okay, thank you. So the impact of not having electricity in a primary healthcare center by the World Health Organization shows that it has caused death in some of these primary healthcare centers, because mothers have not been able to deliver when they should, and there are different processes that require electricity that cannot be carried out because of lack of electricity. But providing this electricity has increased the efficiency drastically. I'll be talking about that shortly. And prior to the time that we did these installations, we found out that some PHCs were spending between 70,000 and 90,000 naira on generator sets, to fuel generator sets. And since we did this installation at the PHC, this has been a huge reduction for them, because they barely get little or no funding. Even the money that they were using from petrol was raised from within the PHC, and the PHCs are relatively a not-for-profit establishment. It's just to help people in those communities, even though they pay little monies for things. But like, for instance, I know that they pay less than 10,000 naira to deliver a baby in a primary healthcare center. So you can imagine that they don't have enough income to maintain and provide 24 hours electricity in the PHCs. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So what we installed at the Karu Primary Healthcare Center, we installed a 12 kilowatt peak solar system with a 58 kilowatt hour battery bank. So which means that everything in the primary healthcare system is completely powered by renewable energy. So things like charging of phones, lighting of the wards, using of electronic microscopes, storing of reagents and vaccine vials. Then we also provided cooling systems. We provided 2 fridges for them, to store everything that needs to be cooled. And now they have light in the wards. Patients can stay. We also provided fans that are also attached to the mini grid. So patients can comfortably stay in the wards. They can stay there overnight. Patients can be admitted. And this has increased the performance of the PHC. So if you could go to the next slide, I would show you the statistics of what has changed since we got there. So for instance, we've had an increment of about
okay.
Sorry, hello? Hello? Can I go on? Hello? Yeah, so we had a 232% increase in the patient flow. So initially they were having about 625 patients per month in the primary healthcare center. But after the installation of the solar mini grid, we had a 232% increase in the area of childbirth delivery. We were initially in 2020, they were having about 18 child deliveries per month. But upon the installation of the mini grid, it was scaled up to about 70 deliveries per month, which is a significant difference from what they had before, which is almost about 300% increase in the delivery there. So also the number of children that were immunized based on the cooling that we provided at the time went up by about 125%. So we had they were immunizing about 1,200 children per month. Now it's gone up to about 2,700 children per month because they can store the vaccine vials there. Then also laboratory investigations have gone up by 310% as opposed to before the installation because of the electricity, obviously. Then admissions have gone from about 30 to about 460 patients per month because now there's proper electricity, and also they've also increased their bed spaces because of that. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that is the end of my presentation. On this last slide, you can see a picture of our documentary that is available on YouTube. So if you need any further information on this, you can check us out on YouTube. The documentary talks about the inception of the project to the end of the project. So thank you very much. That is my presentation. I would now go back to our panelists for them to answer a few questions and any additional contributions that they have. So I'd like to start with Mr. Jide Pratt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomiwa. I think that to start with, I'd say that, and that's why I said most of this fora become more of a learning for me. But a few points I want to raise. In all this, there's money that needs to be involved. As we transition, and I'll say it again, everything in that basket must be to the betterment of terms of closing the energy gaps. But I think the funding aspect is one part that we hardly talk about enough. The banks seem to be risk averse in terms of new technology or sustainable energy. And I say that because if you apply the old methods to trying to do something, you most likely will not get over the bridge in terms of starting it. And this is why I say this. It's time that the Nigerian Stock Exchange, things like bonds. Remember, there was a time we were trying to build new roads and the government was like, there wasn't cash flow. So I think a certain minister started the Sukuk project at that time. So it's very important that at times like this, the Nigerian Stock Exchange becomes a medium to drive sustainable energy. Germany is going to look for what works for Germany. We talked about China. China is going to look for what works for China. We're back here in Nigeria. What is going to work for us means that we must begin to knock on the doors of the African Development Bank a bit more, because there's a unity of purpose. Transition is only going to happen from where you are. And Mr. Bassi aptly said that sustainability was the future. Dr. Akisha has also said about, but the question I want to ask is this: where is the present? So you see, if we're in the present going to the future, it means that we must enhance everything positively to transit into that future. The African Development Bank gives low, single-digit loans, developmental loans, industrial loans, so that some of the facets in that supply chain can be backwardly integrated here at low-digit single financing. That's one. Can we raise money on the stock exchange for some of these projects? If we're raising them, then what it is some form of investment. People are putting money into a certain share, quote and unquote, which is developmental, so that the future is where they're going, but it means that they're putting that money now. So it's like crowdfunding. We can't continue to look at how we knock on bank doors at commercial rates of 22, 23, 25%. It will never work. Alternative sources of funding, that's number one. We also need to explore how we begin to break the country into hubs. If I'm in Lagos and I'm surrounded by water, then it means that I'm going to supply chain now in downstream before I come back to renewables. There must be boats that can move products, quote and unquote, within that Lagos range. There must be boats that are powered by alternative energy. There's a company in the complex where I work now. They use bikes for deliveries. I think they're called EDF. They don't have petrol needs. Those bikes are driven by battery cases. So they just come in, recharge their batteries, pick in, and they move. They're achieving the same thing that people are doing using petrol or diesel. But the point is this: it's not everybody that needs to use petrol and diesel. We talked about auto gas in so many different ways. And I know I'm driving away now from renewable to clean energy, but it means that also in trying to cover this gap, there are companies that manufacture cars in Nigeria today. There must be some form of funding that goes into their production and manufacturing so that they can begin to shift from the fossil fuels basically and move to alternative energy while we also continue with renewable.
Sorry, Mr. Jide.
Yeah.
I'll have to interrupt you there.
So sorry.
To round up, yeah.
Okay.
So that we
So
can
I mean, I think that's just basically what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, that we must harness everything we have to get to where we're going.
Yes, I thank you for that. And one thing I like when we have this kind of panels is that we have key takeaways. And one of the key takeaways from what you've said right now is this financing thing, and also like what they did for road infrastructure with the Sukuk. And if we're looking at renewable energy, I think that should be something that we should, because we don't know who is listening now. And I think that's such a bright idea for us to look into, and for government, another way for government to be able to provide financing, and also in the area of low interest rates that we have in places like the World Bank and the AFDB, but there needs to be more accessibility for renewable energy companies that are out there. Also, like for companies like this electric mobility that you talked about for bikes. I mean, why shouldn't that be in every state in Nigeria? Like, not everybody has to use petrol and diesel to power their equipment. Thank you very much, Mr. Jidepra. We'll come back to you. I'd like to go on now to Mr. Bassi Obitan for his thoughts, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. I really love that presentation. For a while, I've also been involved in trying to light up Iehse and solar, and it's very exciting to see one that is successful too and is doing well. I want to say congratulations for that. The beauty of what projects like that do, it's lives that have been saved. it's easy to power an industry. People make money from there. But when you power a health center, you're actually saving lives. So it's more of I see it more of as charity, even though there's no profit.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Bassi, sorry, can you move closer to the mic? We can't hear you properly. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. So I said when you power an industry, you make money from it. You get your profit and your bank account look good. But when you power a health center, it's life that is being touched. I mean, the lowest people at the bottom of the ladder who cannot really access healthcare.
So it's really difficult to hear you.
I think it's my mic. I think it's my mic, but
okay.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
All right, you have about 1.5 minutes more, please. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so what Mr. Jide said earlier, I'm in sync with what he said about financing. It's a very big issue for stakeholders in Ireland. In fact, it's so discouraging because people want to invest and then you can't even access credit. You're looking at, I want to do this, I want to do the credit. Banks are not willing to lend. The banks don't want to bring in the money. They give you interest rates that you cannot really afford. So at Ryan, what we are doing is we're trying to work with customs, for instance, to try to work on import duties waivers for our members. So that if you're importing panels and batteries, you get waivers if you're a member of RIAC. So there are different ways we can work to ameliorate this issue of funding and also making the space a little bit friendly for stakeholders. Just like I said, we are trying to work with customs to get waivers, import waivers for some of our members. So on the financing issue, I think just like you said, something like sukuk for road, we can have sukuk for renewable. It may not be sukuk, they could call it something else. But we need something like that is a funding stream that is deliberately targeted at renewables. That would say, okay, this is going to, like he also made mention of hubs, stratifying the whole country into hubs. So we can have funding sources that are specific, targeted at these different hubs to ensure that everybody is captured at the end of the day. Thank you. I hope I was heard.
Thank you, Mr. Bassi. Thank you very much. We could barely hear you, but I guess in summary, what you were talking about is providing financing for renewable energy. I was able to pick out some things from there, but I hope that everyone else was able to hear you because it was just going, it was going up and down, so couldn't hear it clearly. But anyway, if you have any other comments, you could please drop them in the meeting chat, so that if you have any things you like, or further things you'd like to share. I'd like to go on to Mr. Iehse now for your brief remarks, please. Are you there, Mr. Iehse? Mr. Iehse.
He's not here at the moment.
Okay, he's not here. So, Dr. Aluko, I kept you for the last because I know that you have a lot of very informative things for us. So and you're also allowed to bring in more slides if you want, because I think you have.
No.
No, I'm serious because it's been very informative. I've been following you since the beginning of the conference and would love to hear more from you. So please go ahead. Thank you.
This is an eye-opener, like what has just happened today. Like when I chipped in that, yes, the UK Prime Minister resigned. It's just an eye-opener for the Nigerian society or the African frontiers as a whole, because these are things that actually fails government. When you can't deliver the mandate on just energy and people are capitalizing on it because it drives a lot of organizations are already down. They've closed down. They've actually pulled down the shops because things are terrible. We maybe thank God we are privileged. I want to believe a lot of us on this forum happens to be privileged, but the Nigerian society is in shambles. The economy is really nosediving per second, not every day, per second, nosediving because of energy. If energy were to be the only thing one government out of all that has actually emerged are done, we won't be where we are. South Africa has nothing compared to what Nigeria has got. but we are still far behind. We're talking about Morocco. They also have oil. They've been able to use and transform their oil sector, empowering or channeling resources in growing these renewables. They are the first in Africa when it comes to renewable energy. We are saying that yes, we should look ahead, that yes, there will be a time we stop using fossil fuel. It's not possible. Norway had the same issue back in the day when they had the boom when it comes to fossil fuel. And they quickly used what they had, the revenue they got from there, in establishing their renewable energy sources. It never fell from heaven. They actually got the resources from somewhere. They looked inward. They never borrowed money from anywhere. They were able to internalize the resources, like what some other countries have done. You understand? We can't compare our development to Norway, but they started from somewhere. So we should be able to use the pedigree or the yardstick from successful stakeholders, because they are not our competitors, they are our stakeholders. We are using them as a model. We're using Morocco as a model. We can't compete with them. But these resources happens to be there. If $7 million is not stolen on a daily basis in Nigeria, we would have moved far beyond where we are now. So I won't be taking too much of our time. A lot of people has, imputed green financing. My brother mentioned green financing. It's a key thing. The bank needs to go back to the drawing board. If they don't go back to the drawing board to understand how to, finance green projects. I was at King's College from listening to a professor from Australia. I only asked one question. He couldn't answer. If all these blueprints you are bringing into developed nation happens to be working, what happens to developing country where you get the resources from? Where we are talking about, if anyone has a phone, if you have a laptop, if you have an electric car, you are actually having the resources from the Congo, and it's still one of the poorest countries in the world. Nigeria has oil. We happen to know that our Focados Black happens to be one of the best in the world. Our Bonny Light is next to nothing, but we are still very poor because of bad leadership. It only takes one person that has that willpower to change our situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aluko. Thank you for your contribution. I think that one thing that has been popping up is this our natural resources, and how they are being used all over the world. We have a massive store of ores for making microchips and all sorts of things and batteries, and we need to start refining them in Nigeria. I don't think we should put ourselves in the same situation where we have to send crude oil out to refine and bring it back as petrol when it comes to these other natural resources that are yet to be harnessed. So we need to get the policies right, have a strong blueprint so that we don't end up, because I feel that the natural resources have not been fully, apart from crude oil, they're relatively untapped. So this is a chance for us to get things right from the beginning and make sure that the blueprint is right. So, and like I said, this kind of platform that we have, we need to continue to have more of it. We need to keep drumming for this thing so that people can hear it, so that it can be in the consciousness of the people that are in leadership, and people that are empowered to make a difference. I don't think that we could, I think Mr. Iehse has left already, and I can see from the comment section that a lot of people are interested in his product. So I guess that would be left for the IHSC organizing committee to look into them. I'd also like to shout out to Dr. Oladuni Owo, I don't know if it's Owo or Owo, for interacting with us in the comment section and dropping a lot of comments there. So I think that is it for all of us here. I'd like to thank all the panelists, especially for all their great and educative contributions. And I'm sure that a lot of us have been able to take away some very solid points from here that would eventually grow into something that would make a change, a significant change, you know, because we need things to change. We cannot finish this kind of session and conference and continue to do what we're doing. So I hope that we've all been inspired to make an effort to make these changes. I mean, once we leave here, at least start working on them. And I think that it's also an area for all of us to network. I would encourage everyone to reach out to everyone. Let's add each other on LinkedIn and continue this conversation and see how things go and hope for the better. I'd especially like to thank Mr. Dakotaiwo and Mrs. Judith and everybody on the planning committee, but this time Mrs. Judith was the one that was I was interacting with the most. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you Iehse for an awesome conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Tomiwa, and all the other panelists. You did great justice to that topic, talking about future energy. The energy of the future is renewable energy. We thank you so much. Now we'll quickly move to the presentation of the e-certificates. I know our time is well spent. So to do that, I will call on Dr. Oladuni Owo to take the e-certificate presentation. Are you there, Dr. Owo?
Okay, please spotlight me. I can't see myself.
Okay, we can see you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say a big thank you and well done to our erudite panelists, chairpersons, and all the speakers that have been part of this conference right from the inception yesterday. It's been an interesting one all the way. We appreciate everyone for coming, for being a part of this, coming from different parts of the world, different timing, different time zones, coming out of your work and coming to discuss how we can collaborate for an energy secure Nigeria. And the discussion has been quite interesting from different angles. We try to make it cut across every area of energy. And it's been quite interesting to the extent that we even have the stove aspect of it, you know, being shared with us. And then to the very last panel that just finished now, that was a very interesting one. Thank you very much. You even took the conversation to the primary health care. That's a very laudable part of the whole discourse. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll be scrolling and be giving out the Award of Excellence as Energy Secure Ambassador. So all speakers are now being given the Award of Energy Secure Ambassador. And this is a very, very high-level award that is recognized. So you have the rights going forward to actually tag yourself an ambassador of energy security. Technical, please, can I have the scrolls? Could you kindly share it so that I can just really help? Please, could you kindly share? Mr.
Technical, can we have you share the
Okay, while we are waiting technical
please.
to share, I think I should also start giving the vote of thanks alongside.
Okay, we have
okay, so that we
technical
can
is
save
sharing
time
now.
while we wait for technical to, okay, they want to commence the sharing now.
Dr. Owo, can you see it
Okay.
now? It's shared.
Could you put it in slide form? Okay, yes, could you kindly put it in slide form? Okay, so thank you very much. We have Barrister Chima Williams. Thank you very much for adding your voice to this discourse and making this year's conference a very engaging one. Barrister Chima Williams, an Energy Security Ambassador, Award of Excellence. Next, please. All these awards shall be sent as e-copies. We would have loved to send the hard copy to everybody, but due to the fact that people are spread across different parts of the world, but feel free to print it on a hard paper and file it. Next, we have Mr. Olorunfemi Adebayo, Award of Excellence as an Energy Security Ambassador. Thank you very much for adding your expertise to this narrative and to this discourse. Next, please. Okay, we have Engineer Gbenga Komolafe from NUPRC. He was absent, but he sent an able representative who gave the speech from NUPRC. And we know how important it is for us to have government voice, and we will definitely ensure the communique gets to them. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this year's conference, collaborating for an energy secure Nigeria. Senator Mrs. Marjorie Chubal Kadigbo, NNPC. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being a part of this discourse. NNPC was duly represented by OVH, being their new owner. Thank you very much. Professor Engineer Eli Jidere Bala, we thank you very much from the Director General Energy Commission of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this, and it was ably represented by Professor Muazu Musa, who had been here with us since yesterday, and he gave a very great goodwill message, and is still very much on the call. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this year's conference. We appreciate you. Next, we have Ms. Engineer Oluwafemi Ogunsheitan. Thank you very much, Engineer Oluwafemi Ogunsheitan, for being a part of this discourse and for making this year's conversation, this year's conference, what it is. Thank you very much. Next. Next, we have Mr. Ismail Ojuolakpe. Thank you very much, Mr. Ismail Ojuolakpe. You are now an Energy Secure Ambassador, Energy Security Ambassador. Mrs. Rita Ada James, thank you very much, ma'am, for being a part of this discourse, all the way from the UK, and the fact that you had even just had a baby. Thank you very much for teaching us about clean energy. Mr. Sonny Oje, who happens to also be a member of the advisory council for this conference and a major force behind everything that we saw happen yesterday and today. Thank you very much, all the way from Baker Hughes. This is the Award of Excellence as an Energy Security Ambassador. Next, we have Mr. Ngoka Kelechi. Thank you, Mr. Ngoka Kelechi, for for also lending your voice to this conversation on Nigerians' energy security. Oh, Mr. Jide Pratt, thank you very much, sir. You were on more than 2 panels, and you really took time to hear your position on the conversations being discussed. We really appreciate you, both at the renewable energy, the new energy panel, and also the downstream panel. Mr. Ayodele Ikumakpai, thank you very much, Mr. Ayodele. This is your Award of Excellence as an Energy Security Ambassador. Please feel free to tag yourself as an Energy Security Ambassador. Mr. Obstockman of OVH Energy, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your support and we appreciate the sponsorship of OVH in making this year's conference a reality. And for the past support you've been giving us in the previous version of the conference. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Iehse, okay, the man with the cooking stove, thank you very much. We appreciate your what you're doing in the nation. You said you've been giving out the stove for free and you'll be collecting carbon credits on their behalf and also been giving them money again. That's interesting and really laudable. Thank you very much and well done. This is your certificate as an energy security ambassador. Mr. Elendu Dagogo. Thank you, Mr. Elendu Dagogo. Unfortunately, energy security happened right when you were trying to do your presentation. We appreciate you. Thank you for hearing your voice to this conversation. And this is your award of excellence as an energy security ambassador. Next, Mr. Basi Obeten. Mr. Basi, thank you very much for also hearing your voice to the conversation on Nigerians' energy security. This is your award of excellence as an energy security ambassador. Next. Next, please. Okay, Mr. Julius Akong. Thank you, Mr. Julius, for hearing your voice to this conversation as an energy security ambassador for Nigeria. We thank you very much. We ask that you continue to take on the conversation even to the next level in our different endeavors. Mr. Kingsley Anawude, thank you, Mr. Kingsley, for the passion with which you deliver your session. We appreciate you. And this is your Energy Security Ambassador Award of Excellence. Next, Engineer Tomiwa Bayojo. That was quite an interesting chairing of the last panel. We thank you very much for what your organization did with the healthcare center, powering the healthcare center. That's very close to my heart personally because I have seen healthcare, not a healthcare center like a loot, you know, lost human beings. Several people died because there was just no power to save their lives. So thank you very much. And thank you for steering the conversation in the panel around new energies and renewables. This is your award of excellence as an energy security ambassador. Thank you, sir. Next, Engineer Dr. George Iwo. Thank you so much for steering the conversation on all energies, all stream conversation yesterday at the first panel. You have to wake up at between 1 and 2 a.m. to join the conversation. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Next. Engineer Farouk Ahmed. Thank you very much, sir, from NMDPRA. We appreciate you for what NMDPRA is doing, implementation of the PIA. We pray that all these energy security conversation will also be considered even as all these things are being implemented. Thank you very much, sir. Next. Dr. Akisheye Aluko, yes, amazing professor all the way from the University of East London. We thank you very much, doctor, for hearing your voice to the conversation and so passionately. Thank you for the numbers and thank you for participating on more than one panel. And you gave us the reality of things even as it relates to the developing world and even the developed world. Thank you very much for making out time to be part of this conversation. Here is your award of excellence as an energy security ambassador. Dr. Good luck in Nima Popo. We thank you very much, sir, all the way from General Electric. Your panel, there weren't too many panelists there, but it was very engaging. You were both on the power panel, gas and power panel, and also on the all energies panel we had yesterday. Thank you very much. Here is your award of excellence as an energy security ambassador. Next. Next. Okay. So thank you very much, everybody, all our ambassadors. We thank you very much for flying the flag of the country and for energy security and for closing the energy gap across your different endeavors. Let's carry on the conversation in all our walks of life, and we pray that we'll indeed see an improved country, an improved energy system in our nation, Nigeria. Let's continue to collaborate. Thank you very much, and God bless you. I think I can go. Mr. Dapo, okay, over to you, back to you, Mr. Dapo.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wolf, for that presentation and the closing remarks and vote of thanks. I think I would also support and put my bit in terms of thanking everyone that has been part of this conference. We appreciate each and every one of you. We'll be looking forward to continuing all this conversation over the last 2 days in different forums and with each other as individuals. We would also be looking forward to seeing you at the next edition of the conference, which we hope may be physical, hybrid, and not just virtual alone. So on behalf of everyone here, on behalf of the MD, CEO, Iehse, I think we'll say a big thank you. I don't know if Judith, that everyone knows, may have one or two things to say. Judith, we'll give you the opportunity to also say thank you to all the participants before we close.
Before I come in, sir, Dr. Oladune wants to give you. Finish now. Okay, all right. So okay. Let me enable my video. Okay. On behalf of the organizers of the Iehse Conference and Awards 2022, I'd like to appreciate our esteemed had to handle extensive responsibilities within a rather short time frame. I appreciate all our session chairpersons. Engineer Tomuwabayo Ojo, thank you for handling that session well. Thank you, Dr. Goodluck Enima Popo. Thank you so much. Engineer Oluwafemi Ogunsheitan. Thank you so much. Mr. Sonny OJ, who is also an advisory board member. Thank you so much. Thank you, Engineer Dr. John Iwo, who had to join us at very inconvenient times based on his location. And I also at this point want to appreciate Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, our conference patron and chairman, Prof, who worked tirelessly to ensure that this conference affords all participants an overall rich learning experience. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. I also want to thank every one of you on this call. For sake of time, I won't be able to call everyone present now. Thank you for joining us since yesterday, for being with us. Thank you for your support. And we are committed to ensuring that all the deliberations, the very invaluable contributions that have come forth out of this conference will be directed to the appropriate channels. Before I yield the floor to Dr. Oladune, I would like to specially appreciate Mr. Dapo Taiwo, the MD CEO Total Facilities Limited. He has been with us right from inception. He took up this very intensive task of the conference moderating within a rather short time frame. Thank you, sir, for your sacrifices. Thank you for staying with us. And thank you for your support over the years. Thank you, everyone. We hope to see you at our next events. God bless you.
Thank you, Judith.
Dr. Oladune, you can come.
Dr. Oladune, please come on. Let's hear you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So in wrapping it all up, that line of our national anthem says to serve our fatherland. And I actually saw a truck, a truck laden with products, and the name on the truck is to serve our fatherland. So I leave us all with that line as well, to serve our fatherland. And that is why all our conferences in time past and even in the very nearest future is still going to focus on how we can collaborate for energy and an energy topic that speaks to collaboration across Nigeria. This particular conference had been aptly tagged Collaborating for an Energy Secure Nigeria, in order for all of us to be able to see how we can bring in the association between the national security and the availability of natural resources for energy consumption. And of course, access to relatively cheap energy that has become essential to the functioning of modern economies, of which Nigeria is not an exception. So, however, the uneven distribution of energy supplies across our country has led to significant vulnerabilities. I personally experienced, like I mentioned earlier, the deaths of people at loots. We know the magnitude of loots, and all because there was no lights. The threats to Nigerians' energy security, from everything we've all said from yesterday, all the panels, all the goodwill messages, the very engaging keynote session by our chairperson, we will be able to summarize everything that, I like to bring it down to political and domestic instability of major energy producing sources in Nigeria. Reliance on foreign countries a lot, competition of the energy sources, unreliable energy stores, funding, yes, and that's a major one. And that's also a major take home for us as well, to ensure that future conferences, we have more representation. We had somebody from Wema Bank Energy, but we'll ensure we have more representation from financial institution and so on. So at this point, I'd like to particularly appreciate all our chairperson, in the person of Professor Abubakar Sani Sambo, who is also the vice chairperson, World Energy Council on Energy, for making this conference happen across boards. And also, I'd like to acknowledge the entire members of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Professor Eli Jidere Bala, Professor Muazu Musa, and also Professor Abubakar Musa Umar, who was also a member of the Energy Commissions of Nigeria. Also, special thanks to the Nigerian upstream regulatory company Balogun, who represented Engineer Benga Komolafe. Also, Iehse Energy, now NNPC Retail Limited, and the MD in the person of Mr. Obstokma, who was ably represented by Mrs. Judith Ogujuba, Mrs. Doris Ogujuba, rather, apologies for that. And then we also want to say thank you to the Energy Authorities team, who also were part of the sponsors of this event. And lastly, the Jade Bendeslima, all our government representatives. And in addition to that, we'd like to say a big thank you to the Conference Advisory Board as well. We had Engineer George Iwo, Engineer Sonny OJ. We had Doc also there, and Mrs. Judith, Engineer Mrs. Judith Ibinosa. Thank you very much. We had several meetings, several pre-conference meetings, back and forth, a lot of exchanges. Thank you very much for your commitment to see that Nigeria has an energy, Nigeria becomes an energy secure nation. And then to all our panel chairs, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our panel chairs. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you very much for time you took to come up with all those lead presentations that you use in steering the tone of your different panels. We say thank you. And then to all the members of the panels, all the panelists, all the speakers, we say thank you very much for the research done. Thank you for showing us those numbers. And then we will also like to appreciate everybody that took time out of their busy schedule to sit in this conference right from when we started yesterday at 10 a.m. even up till now. We say a big thank you for the representation, and thank you very much for all your comments, all the questions and everything. And to all the members of the organizing committee, back office, the technical team, Engineer Kwelumi Badiru, thank you very much. Mr. Oke Samuel, thank you very much. Mr. Sheung Adejumo, thank you very much. We say thank you, Mrs. Emanuela, thank you very much. We say a big thank you to everybody for making this event an amazing one. Critical to our discourse is the need for us to ensure Nigeria leverages on all energies. That's a major take home I would like all of us to hammer on. All energies: gas, oil, solar, wind, nuclear, atomic, lithium, everything energy. And by all means, let's close the Nigerian energy gap. Next year is another year. We started this conference in 2018, and it was meant to be an annual conference, but we had to take a decision following advice from the Conference Advisory Council to stagger it because of the coronavirus, the pandemic. And then we've been having more virtual conference. By the special grace of God, by next year, we'll go back to full annual conference, and it's going to be hybrid, meaning we'll have both the physical and the virtual version. And the next year, we'll be collaborating. We started by collaborating for an energy healthy Nigeria in 2018. 2020, we collaborated for an energy safe Nigeria for those that were here. And this year, we collaborated for an energy secure Nigeria. And next year, the highest vote we have is to collaborate for an energy clean Nigeria. And that speaks to both quality, environment, and clean energy. Thank you very much. And we wish every one of us all the best in our future, in our endeavors, in our business, in our career, and in all our future endeavors. Thank you, and God bless you. I remain Dr. Oladuni Owo, CEO, Black Gold Energy Authorities and Advisory Council, and Advisory Council member of the conference collaborating for an energy secure Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you too. Thank you, organizers and panelists.
Please feel free to unmute yourself and let's have some networking. Feel free to unmute yourself and let's have some networking. Thank you very much. I'd like to say that we have an award coming up in December that is focused on all energies. They are one of our sponsors. Okay, they are trying to play. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mark and Lalebo
Thank you,
here.
everybody. Can we have some background music, technical?
It was really a great time joining the conference. I really do appreciate the privilege to be part of this event. Thank you.
Understood. That's back to the end of the whole program. Thank you. Back to Mr. Tomiwa Bayojo, Mr. Abiola Aminu, Mr. Alfred Ofe, thank you, sir. Mr. Edward Emego, thank you, sir. Mr. Folajimi Omolabi, thank you, sir. Mr. Ismail Joolakwe, thank you. Mr. Kingsley Akima, thank you, sir. Mr. Maureen Imobekpai, thank you, sir. Nora, thank you. Mr. Olufemi Adebayo, thank you, sir. Mr. Olufemi Ogunshoitan, Mr. Oluwaseun Adejumo, Mr. Pelumi Badru. Oh, Prof, thank you so much, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still in. So much, sir. Professor Mwazu Musa, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Okay, Samuel, thank you, sir. Mr. Oluwafemi Oluwaniro from Schneider, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate every one of you for being part of this conversation. Let's start with background music. Mr. Dakotaiwo, thank you so much, sir. Well done, well done. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay.